Hello, everyone. Welcome. Can you all hear me? Yes, if you can hear, send me a yes in the YouTube chat, please. Awesome. That is fantastic. Can you all see me too? Good. That's amazing. That's amazing, folks. All right, then. So I'm Jonathan Macedo, and I'm part of the BRAZ-TESOL Young Learners and Teens SIG. I'm a board member as well as Sandra. And today we are here with you because we have this amazing event that we've put together especially for you. We know that this last month, especially since March, have been difficult in like one of a kind, one of a kind, let's say, year for all of us, because remote teaching has become a reality for all of us out of the blue, right? No one was expecting that. And we know that remote teaching was not easy for neither of us. And because of that, we put together an event to try to ease the burden of remote teaching for those who are still doing it. And that's why we put together the event Affective and Effective Practices for Remote Teaching. And we are super happy you are here with us. This event is brought to you by our sponsors of our BRAZ-TESOL national sponsors. I'm going to mention their names right now. And throughout our social media, we have also posted their names and their logos so you can see who we are talking about. So we have sponsors such as Bridge Education Group, Faculdade de Cultura Inglesa, DISAL, DSOP, Financial Literacy, National Geographic Learning, SBS Livraria, and House Taubaté. And talking about House Taubaté, we have a very nice institution in the city of Taubaté, the countryside of São Paulo City. The name of this institution is called Projeto Roupa, if I'm pronouncing it right. I actually hope I'm pronouncing it right because it's not an English name, it's not a Portuguese name either. And this project is responsible to take care of over 100 kids and provide support to them in their education, in their development, in different areas of development, not only educational area. And today, throughout this event, we are collecting funds for the institution, for this project, and we really hope you can donate what you can to this institution. And throughout the day and throughout the event, we are going to have a QR code being shown to you so you can scan it and donate directly to the institution. If you stick with me until the first break we're going to have right after the first plenary, we are going to show an amazing video done by the institution, by the project, and we really think you're going to enjoy and you're going to collaborate with their development and their sustainability in general. It is also worth saying that this event is being recorded. So in case you missed one or two talks, or in case you had a connection problem, it's all right. You can refer back to this link later on so you can watch the presentations again. And besides that, it's also relevant for you to know that we are going to have some comfort breaks throughout the day. So we know that 4 hours are enough hours for us to get tired in front of the computer. So we've planned some comfort breaks for you to relax and for you to be able to be focused throughout the presentations. All right. These comfort breaks, they are also going to be part of some things we'd like to show you. So although they are comfort breaks, we're going to have some content there, either by videos that we're going to show you or some kind of interaction in the chat. And talking about the chat is also important for you to know that all questions and comments are being monitored. So in case you have a question for the speaker, you can send all questions in the chat with no problems. Our board members, they are monitoring the chat and we can ask the speakers later. They asked me to tell you this, that we have a hashtag for the event. So if you have if you intend on posting to social medias, you can use the hashtag BT Teachers Month, so we can collect everything and also repost to our social media. All right. And before we kick it off, before we go to the first speaker, Sandra Rodrigues, that is already here with us, I need to tell you that this event is going to have talks both in Portuguese and in English. All right. And we do that because we want to make all the presentations accessible to everyone. All right. We know that we have teachers here that are English teachers, and they need also to have both experiences in the classroom and outside of the classroom of learning a second language. So it's important for us to have both languages in the event. All right. And because of that, eu vou mudar agora para o português para apresentar a nossa palestrante talentosíssima, que é a Sandra Rodrigues. Tenho um carinho gigante por ela. E a Sandra, ela é fundadora da Smart Learning Brasil e desenvolve estratégias para trabalhar com projetos educacionais e assessora professores e coordenadores em instituição de ensino pública e privada no Brasil e também na ONG Nasce o Trust no Quênia. Além disso, ela também é colaboradora de workshops para a Oxford University Press e de cursos de extensão no São Paulo Open Center. Além disso, meu Deus, a Sandra faz muita coisa, gente. Ela também é pesquisadora da abordagem Reggio Emília e em maio de 2017 ela apresentou um seminário na Universidade de Modena e Reggio Emília para alunos de pedagogia, professores e especialistas da Reggio Emília Children. Sandra é graduada em pedagogia, possui especialização no ensino de inglês para crianças e adolescentes e é mestre em educação pela Open University do Reino Unido. Sandra, é um prazer gigante ter você com a gente hoje.
Prazer é meu, você sabe, gosto muito, muito do nosso SIG, né, que eu fico um pouquinho distante às vezes para não dar conta de tantas mensagens que a gente tem no grupo do WhatsApp, mas imagina, você, Melody, Giovanna, Claire, estão no meu coração assim, forever, forever, vocês sabem.
Dear, vai lá, palestra toda sua, estamos aqui de suporte caso você precise.
Obrigadão, Jonathan, vou começar aqui compartilhando a minha tela então, com todo mundo. Aqui, cadê meu presente? Ok, acho que está tranquilo para todo mundo. Queria agradecer a presença de todo mundo que está aqui com a gente hoje, né, nessa tarde aí no Brasil. Aqui na Holanda já são 6 horas da tarde, então aqui está começando a ficar um pouquinho mais escurinho, né? Espero que todos estejam bem. Já vou avisando para vocês, né, que a gente vai ter um momentinho depois no final para conversar, né? Então pode deixar as perguntas de vocês, comentários, sugestões aí no chat que eles vão passando para mim. Eu não consigo visualizar nada agora, tá bom? Então eu vou estar aqui focada mesmo na apresentação. E não se preocupem também de tirar print screen do que a gente está compartilhando aqui nesses slides com vocês, porque depois vocês vão receber por e-mail, tá bom? Um PDF do que eu estiver compartilhando com vocês hoje. Então, a gente vai começar, né, o nosso evento aí da nossa tarde, falando um pouquinho The Value and Importance of Human Connection. E, né, eu gostaria de pedir já para vocês, se possível, né, não sei onde vocês estão assistindo esse evento agora, que vocês peguem uma folha, né, para fazer as anotações de vocês, e que vocês pudessem fazer isso no formato de um mapa mental, de um mind map, né, depois a gente conseguir acessar a escuta de vocês. Então, tentem fazer as anotações de vocês, do que está sendo falado agora, por exemplo, num mapa mental, e depois eu vou explicar para vocês por que eu estou pedindo isso, tá bom? Então, seguindo aqui, né, primeira pergunta que a gente tem que fazer é se está todo mundo bem, está todo mundo, né, sentado ou de pé num lugar confortável, né, com arejado, com a sua canequinha, com água, café, não sei, né, hoje é, nossa, sábado no Brasil é dia de feijoada, caipirinha, enfim, espero que todo mundo esteja aí confortável, que, né, tenha, não sei se já almoçaram, espero que sim, porque a gente vai ter aí uma longa tarde aí de aprendizagem juntos, e também não sei se alguma coisa já fez vocês sorrir, espero que sim, que muitas coisas já fizeram você sorrir hoje pela manhã, se puder compartilhar com a gente lá no chat, eu vou adorar ver depois o que já fez, né, você sorrir aí hoje. Acho que é sempre bom a gente poder olhar um pouquinho para as nossas emoções antes da gente engajar em uma experiência de aprendizagem juntos, tá bom? Então, né, de onde surgiu, né, esse tema para estar conversando hoje com vocês? Né? Na verdade, em agosto, né, que eu recebi esse convite, né, do nosso querido SIG, aí, né, pedindo, né, para eu trazer para vocês, né, uma fala de como a gente pode cultivar, né, relacionamentos positivos e manter aí as conexões, né, entre alunos e educadores, né, e os professores neste novo mundo online, vamos dizer assim, que nem era tão novo assim, mas talvez a gente teve que fazer um intensivo, né, dessa nova modalidade aí de ensino neste ano. Acho que quando eu penso, né, nessa palavra, nessa frase, né, the value and importance of human connection, eu penso nessa imagem, né, da gente estar mais próximo do outro, e agora, né, que é uma coisa que a gente não pode fazer, né, que é se tocar, que é tocar no outro, né, e esse outro aí de todas as faixas etárias, por isso que a gente tem essa mãozinha pequenininha, gostosinha aí, né, então eu sempre, quando eu penso, né, no valor e na importância das conexões humanas, eu gosto de pensar no toque. Acho que isso está bem presente na vida de todo mundo agora. Uma outra coisa, né, que me remete quando eu penso neste tema, eu não sei se vocês já viram, né, um TED Talk desta educadora, né, que infelizmente já faleceu, chamada Rita Pierson. É um TED Talk que fala, o título é Every Kid Needs a Champion, e até compartilho com vocês o link aqui, depois vocês vão receber o PDF e vão conseguir acessar. E a Rita Pierson, ela traz, assim, reflexões, assim, belíssimas, né, e alguns puxõezinhos de orelha para a gente em relação às conexões que fazemos ou não fazemos, e como fazemos, né, na sala de aula. Uma das frases, né, que ela traz é que no significant learning can occur without a significant relationship. Mas ela traz isso de uma maneira muito própria dela, tá? Tem uma outra frase, né, que ela traz que é kids don't learn from people they don't like. E é curioso a gente pensar nisso, a gente poderia passar só uma tarde inteira, né, só discutindo essa frase dela, né, que foi um TED Talk aí de 2013, para vocês verem como o negócio já é antigo, mas está mais presente do que nunca. Então fica, né, acho que muitos de vocês já devem ter visto esse vídeo, mas quem ainda não assistiu, fica essa dica aí para depois. Então, só dando um passinho, né, assim, para trás, eu gosto de dar uma retomada, né, antes da gente seguir adiante no nosso tema, né, o que seria, né, esse novo mundo online, né, para todo mundo. Acho que, né, se vocês olham para essa imagem, né, primeira, né, a aula do primeiro ano, né, numa Zoom class, né, quando a educadora fala, né, se alguém tem alguma pergunta, né, para compartilhar ali né, sobre a matemática, alguém tem alguma questão, né, sobre matemática, e as crianças falam de coisas completamente, né, que não é relacionada à matemática, que o dente está mole, que tem um novo pup, que fala das borboletas, fala que a mãe não gosta desse ensino à distância, fala o que comeu no café da manhã, enfim, né, acho que todo mundo, né, consegue se relacionar aí a essa imagem de alguma maneira. Deixa eu passar aqui para o próximo aqui, deixa eu ver que ele não está indo desse jeito. Agora acho que vai. Então, o que eu vou trazer para vocês aqui hoje, né, não é um livro de receitas, tá? É, na verdade, algumas sugestões do que eu tenho trabalhado com algumas escolas aí no Brasil, né, até mesmo lá com o trabalho da ONG lá no Quênia, de como a gente está pensando nesse material que a gente está, né, mandando para casa dos alunos, os nossos vídeos, né, que a gente aí está aí escancarado com a nossa sala de aula para todo mundo ver agora. Então, não é um livro de receitas, né, são algumas dicas que eu tenho compartilhado, né, com uma troca com muitas meninas e meninos aí no Brasil, tanto em escolas internacionais, escolas bilíngues, na rede pública, né, de BH, São Paulo, Rio, Pernambuco, Miracema do Tocantins, a gente está em todo lugar. Então, são algumas dicas que, assim, na verdade, essas dicas vão crescendo aí a cada mês, né, a gente vai incorporando alguma coisa nova que a gente tem descoberto junto. Tá bom? Que é só para tentar, né, eu sei que outubro, né, vocês já fizeram de um tanto nesses vídeos, mas é só para tentar trazer um pouquinho, né, de uma certa maneira, um pouco mais de novidade para os vídeos de vocês. Não vou trazer, gente, dicas de edição de vídeo, iluminação, trilha sonora, a gente não vai entrar nessa parte técnica, tá bom? Nessa minha fala, a gente vai estar focando aqui no conteúdo e nesse engajamento, né, dos nossos alunos neste material, vamos dizer assim, mais interativo. Nosso evento, né, ele é sobre Affective and Effective Practice for Remote Teaching, mas a gente sabe que há muitas escolas, talvez muitos de vocês já tenham voltado para o ensino presencial. Eu sei que quem é da rede pública, né, como esse garotinho que está aqui, indo para a escola dele, ele ainda não volta esse ano para a escola, né? Muitos municípios aí que eu tenho trabalhado, pelo menos, eu ainda não estou sabendo de algum município que tenha, né, voltado, né, na rede pública para a sala de aula. É mais, né, a rede privada de ensino mesmo. Mas mesmo os que estão voltando, né, tem uma carga reduzida, né, às vezes as crianças ficam 2 horas na escola, às vezes 2 horas na semana, e esses educadores continuam, né, tendo que fazer esses vídeos em casa. Então, talvez essas dicas vocês possam usar elas tanto no remote teaching quanto no presencial, que a gente está fazendo agora com um grupo reduzido, né, tanto de horas quanto de alunos na sala de aula. Primeira dica, né, é Active Hands and Minds. Então, como que você como que você ativa as mãos dos seus alunos durante os seus vídeos? Existem algumas pesquisas que dizem que os nossos ouvintes, eles tendem a prestar mais atenção se a gente dá alguma tarefa para eles. Então, pode ser uma pergunta que é feita para responder num chat, pode ser fazer alguma anotação. Então, esses estudos têm mostrado cada vez mais isso. Por isso, né, que eu peço para vocês, né, tá organizando a escuta de vocês aqui da minha fala, né, em um mapa mental. E depois eu ainda vou falar que tem um segundo motivo que eu estou pedindo isso para todo mundo, tá bom? Então, a primeira dicasinha seria essa, de Active Hands and Mind. Uma segunda dica, né, como que você organiza o roteiro, né, dos seus vídeos? Assim como uma boa aula, um bom vídeo, ele precisa de um roteiro e estratégias de filmagem. Por quantos segundos você vai filmar aquela tesoura passando no papel? Depois, como é que você vai fazer essa transição? Tudo isso você pode organizar nesses storyboards, que vocês encontram vários, assim, na internet. Depois, se vocês quiserem algumas dicas, eu posso passar para vocês também. Né, de organizar, é como se fosse um lesson plan que a gente tem mesmo, né, que a gente organiza por minutos ou por tarefas, o que a gente vai fazer com as crianças, mas vocês pensarem nisso para os vídeos de vocês também. Ele precisa, né, ter uma sequência, né, de uma certa maneira. Como você surpreende os seus alunos nos seus vídeos, né? Eu vou trazer para vocês algumas dicas, né, aqui hoje, nesse nosso encontro, mas, por exemplo, essa educadora, né, que ela do Rio, a Joana, ela às vezes mostra uns vídeos para os alunos dela, ela edita, e de repente, no meio do vídeo, aparece ela. Sabe aqueles vídeos de musiquinhas no YouTube, no dreamenglish.com, alguma coisa nesse Super Simple Song? De repente, ela para a música no meio e entra ela cantando com uma caixa, né, que vira um microfone, e as crianças ficam, uau! E como que elas sabem que as crianças ficam uau? Porque os pais estão filmando a reação dos alunos ao assistir os vídeos dela. Então, em que momento que você para uma história e você entra e surpreende os seus alunos? Mas eu vou trazer umas outras dicas para vocês hoje aqui também. Como e quando realidade e fantasia estão presentes nos seus vídeos e nas suas aulas, sejam elas presenciais, sejam elas remotas? E aqui a gente tem, né, o bom e velho Barney e Baby Shark. O que a gente aprende, né, assistindo Barney e Baby Shark para trazer aí para as nossas aulas de alguma maneira? Existe um estudo, né, que fala que quanto mais a gente tiver para as crianças a realidade e a fantasia, mais a gente tem a atenção deles. Então a gente tem esse programa do Barney, que é antigo pra caramba, né, que ele mostra, né, um dinossauro roxo lá, né, uma fantasia, que interage com as crianças de verdade numa vilazinha na televisão. O que é o vídeo do Baby Shark que essas crianças amam? É um fundo fake do fundo do mar, que ficam os peixinhos passando, os tubarões passando, e as crianças de verdade dançando lá na frente. Então, toda vez que a gente tem a realidade com a fantasia juntas, a gente consegue ter um pouco mais de atenção e interação das crianças nas nossas práticas também. Outra sugestão para vocês, Dora. Né? É antiga, nossa, mas a Dora é antiga pra caramba, né? Que é como a interação acontece nos nossos vídeos. Quem já assistiu Dora Aventureira sabe que ela faz várias perguntas durante os episódios que as crianças acreditam que estão com ela naquela aventura. Então, às vezes ela tá, para onde você acha que o macaco foi? Para a direita ou para a esquerda? E aí ela olha para a câmera, não ouvi, fala de novo. E aí a criança vai e fala. Tem uma educadora até que trabalha comigo, a Isabel, e ela faz os vídeos, né? Eu passei para a lição de casa, Bel, vai ser assistir os vídeos da Dora Aventureira e fazer para mim uma listinha da sua lição de casa. O que você aprendeu com a Dora? E a Isabel, gente, ela está fazendo uns vídeos que a coordenadora pedagógica dela fala que o retorno que ela tem dos pais é que as crianças têm assistido os vídeos dela, né, 5 vezes, né, os mesmos vídeos, um atrás do outro, como se fosse um episódio de Baby Shark, enfim, os pais assim estão, como assim, né, um vídeo da aula de inglês e as crianças pedem para assistir de novo. O que será que ela está colocando nesses vídeos para poder ter essa interação, né, das crianças com ela nesse mundo remoto? Então fica a dica aqui também de Dora Aventureira para vocês. Como que a arte está presente e é apresentada nos seus vídeos? Não sei se vocês conhecem essa série também, né, Mati e Dada, que eles trazem aí, né, artistas do mundo todo, mas de uma maneira muito, como é que eu posso dizer, que é além do especial, eles sabem realmente, né, como trazer aquele conceito da arte para a criança. Então, não é que eu estou falando para vocês passarem esses vídeos para os alunos de vocês, pedir para assistir Dora com os alunos, não. Assistam esses vídeos e vejam que características desses vídeos vocês podem trazer, né, para os vídeos de vocês e para as aulas de vocês. Né? Mas quem está no presencial, que às vezes tem mais horas aqui a assistir com as crianças, tudo bem, mas é mais uma... O que eu estou compartilhando com vocês são vídeos de estudo, né, para vocês assistirem, fazer uma reflexão e pensar quais características desses vídeos funcionam para o contexto onde vocês estão trabalhando atualmente. Uma outra, esse quase ninguém conhece, esse é da época da Thalita, da minha filha que hoje tem 18 anos, mas a Thalita quando tinha 5 amava Pink Dinky Doo, né, que é como a gente traz, como a gente incentiva os nossos alunos a contar as suas próprias histórias e a trabalhar a imaginação, que é isso o que esse desenho faz muito, né? Então quando você assiste um episódio, você consegue pensar também em várias possibilidades para trazer para os seus vídeos, para trazer para a sua contação de histórias, com as crianças, com os adolescentes, para todas essas faixas etárias aí que a gente trabalha. É bem interessante ela. Movement, como que o movimento está nas suas aulas? Então, aquela coisa, né? Tem muitas, né, meninas aí que eu observava as aulas no Brasil e que às vezes estavam com dificuldade, né, do vídeo, né, porque as crianças não paravam quietas. Eu falei, mas como é que você está fazendo o seu vídeo, né? Como é que você se posiciona e tal, que movimentos que você... Como assim, que movimento que eu faço? Porque, darling, se você não dava aula sentada, professor de inglês, a maioria de nós aqui, né, a gente não tinha uma cadeira na sala de aula. Então, se as suas aulas presenciais, elas não eram realizadas numa cadeira, por que agora a gente tem que fazer os nossos vídeos sempre numa cadeira? Então, sai deste trono que não te pertence. Essa cadeira não é nossa, essa cadeira nunca foi nossa. Né? Eu estou aqui também de pé, porque sempre que eu vou falar aí para muita gente, é para fazer uma coisa mais, né, com movimento, a gente tem que estar de pé, não precisa estar sentado. Eu estou aqui, posicionei o meu computador, estou com fone de ouvido e está tudo bem. Né? Acho que a gente pode fazer isso de uma maneira que pegue, né, mais aí a atenção das nossas crianças. Hello, lembra, né, que quando a gente estava nas aulas nossas presenciais, a gente raramente, né, fazia o hello da mesma maneira. Claro que às vezes tem a rotina, tem uma musiquinha que a gente pode usar de um material didático ou não, mas às vezes a gente inovava, né, as maneiras que a gente vai cumprimentar, né, fazer aquela acolhida, aquele warm-up das nossas crianças. Então, como que você faz isso, né? Como é que você brinca com a sua câmera, por exemplo? Então, eu sei que talvez vocês estão me vendo pequenininho agora, mas alguma coisa está acontecendo aqui na câmera. Aí você pode abrir, e você pode voltar, e trazer ela para cá, e vir. Ou você pode vir mais perto, ficar só com seus olhos, ou ficar só com a boca, ou mostrar o seu brinco. Não sei. Né? A gente pode brincar mais com essa câmera. Até assim, quando a gente vai trabalhar com... como que a gente vai fazer arte com as crianças. Ups, eu fui um na frente, né? E a gente tem com a tesoura. Então, vai pegar a tesoura que ela está um pouquinho longe aqui de mim. Então, pega a tesoura. Então, tá aqui com papel, cortando com a tesoura aqui. Não, mostra a tesoura aqui para a criança. A gente precisa aproximar mais os objetos dessa câmera e poder fazer com que esse estímulo visual seja realmente mais aproveitado do outro lado. Puppets, às vezes a gente não quer, né, aparecer nos nossos vídeos, às vezes a gente não está muito bem, fala, hoje não dormi muito bem, não tô tão bem assim. Vamos fazer o uso dos fantoches, e como a gente faz uso dos fantoches? Tem este vídeo, né, que eu coloquei aqui para vocês também, que mistura muito também a fantasia com a realidade, e as crianças gostam bastante. Então, como é que você pode trazer outros objetos aí para sua aula? Eu sei que eu estou falando rápido, gente, mas eu quero deixar um tempinho para a gente conversar também, tá bom? Suspense. Por que a gente precisa, né, às vezes, gravar uma história de 7 minutos, né, ou de 12 minutos? Por que a gente não pode gravar uma parte da história, né, em 3 minutinhos, 2, 4, para a história? E agora, o que você acha que vai acontecer? Você acha que A, tananã, B, tralalá, C, nananã? Faz um suspense, né? Deixa a história para contar depois, deixa para a próxima semana. O que você acha que vai acontecer agora? Então, poder brincar um pouquinho, né? Deixar aquele suspense de série que às vezes a gente tem, e que agora a gente assiste série um capítulo atrás do outro, né? Raramente a gente pega uma série para assistir um capítulo hoje e um capítulo na semana que vem. Mas se a gente consegue fazer isso com as crianças, eles vão ficar, né, mais engajados aí nas nossas aulas também. Não está com vontade de aparecer na câmera, não está, né, assistindo bem aquele dia, como a gente falou com os fantoches também, inventa outra pessoa, né? Cansou de ser a Sandra, cansou de ser a Elaine, a Vanessa, sejam outra pessoa, coloquem um outro cabelo, um outro óculos, um outro visual, uma outra maquiagem, e somebody I used to know, Sandra who? Não conheço, quem é essa daqui é a Mary. E aí vocês podem ser um outro personagem, né? Por que não poder brincar com isso, né? Na escola a gente vivia cheio das sacolas, né? Para poder fazer uma aula assim, hoje eu vou ser um outro personagem na minha aula. Hoje a gente não precisa levar esse monte de sacolas, né, para a escola, porque as sacolas estão em casa, a gente pode brincar com a câmera. E é como a gente traz isso para as crianças. Ok, rebobinar a fita, retomada. Como que você faz a retomada dos seus vídeos passados? Quem é do meu tempo? Eu tenho 43 anos, gente. E na minha época que a gente tinha, né, com muito custo, assim, um Walkmanzinho, assim, que eu ganhei de presente, né, do meu pai. E aí a gente tinha que economizar a pilha, né, para quem é mais novinho, quando a gente vai economizar a pilha do Walkman, a gente não rebobinava a fita, a gente tirava a fita, colocava um lápis ou uma caneta Bic e ficava girando, né, para rebobinar a fita ali de alguma maneira. Como que você rebobina a fita hoje, né, das suas aulas? Vocês estão fazendo os vídeos, né, desde março, abril, agora a gente está entrando em novembro, haja criatividade, né, haja coisa para se falar. Então, assim, será que a gente não pode retomar uma história, uma música, uma experiência que as crianças fizeram em abril com algo que foi feito em setembro? Né? A gente precisa estar sempre criando algo novo, a gente não pode retomar um pouquinho, né, do que foi feito, até no presencial, para quem está voltando agora, né, para a sala de aula, com os grupinhos reduzidos. Será que a gente não consegue aproveitar o que já foi feito? Ou de outras turmas da escola, às vezes você trabalha em parceria com um outro educador, e a gente pode fazer uma troca aí mais interessante para todo mundo. Para quem está indo para o presencial agora, né, um dos protocolos de segurança, né, em todos os lugares aí do mundo é quanto mais vezes você for para fora da sala de aula é melhor. Né? Então, hoje a recomendação é que a gente fique cada vez mais ao ar livre, né, por conta do vírus, enfim. Só que às vezes as pessoas elas vão para fora da sala de aula e continuam dando aula como se ela estivesse entre 4 paredes, né? E existe, né, uma fala bem interessante de uma especialista que diz que se você vai para fora, né, da sala de aula e dá aula como se você estivesse entre 4 paredes, é como se você estivesse aproveitando a água de uma piscina estando numa banheira, né? Tipo assim, é como se você estivesse numa banheira, mas na verdade você está numa piscina. Então, gente, vocês estão na piscina, ao ar livre, né? Então, aproveitem esse espaço, né? Não fiquem reduzidos ali às 4 paredes da sala de aula. Só que para a gente conseguir olhar para essa imensidão que é essa piscina, que é essa imensidão que às vezes é um bosque que a gente tem na escola, ou até um corredor diferente, um mural diferente, a gente precisa aguçar, né, um pouquinho o nosso olhar para os detalhes que aparecem na nossa frente. E, para quem não achou que eu fosse falar de Reggio Emília, vem um pouquinho de Reggio Emília aqui. Uma das características, né, desta abordagem é o ambiente como terceiro educador. Então, segundo essa abordagem, a criança ela tem 3 educadores, os adultos, as outras crianças e o ambiente físico. Então, o ambiente físico é o terceiro educador. Então, como que a gente pode fazer com que as crianças na calçada da escola, no corredor, interajam com aquele ambiente né, sem a necessidade de um educador. O educador está no ambiente, ele marcou o território antes da criança, mas a criança pode interagir e aprender, e muito com aquele ambiente sozinha, que é o que a gente faz, né? Depois, se alguém quiser alguma sugestão, eu posso tá compartilhando mais algumas ideias com vocês. Por exemplo, né, quando a gente fala de aguçar esse nosso olhar para as coisas que estão à nossa volta, que pode ser no ambiente, mas pode ser algo que esteja na nossa mesa. Então, às vezes, uma banana pode se transformar numa lua, né? Ou um clips pode se transformar num skate, né? O que tem na sua frente aí agora? Será que a gente consegue fazer isso? Deixa eu olhar. Acho que a gente vai conseguir. Vamos brincar um pouquinho. Queria que vocês olhassem para o que tem na frente de vocês, seja na mesa, seja na estante, no chão, não sei. Escolham um objeto, posicionem este objeto. Deixa eu ver se eu acho uma folha aqui. Posicionem este objeto numa folha que vocês tenham, pode ser uma folha de caderno, da agenda, não sei, e criem alguma coisa, né, mais ou menos inspirado no que eu estou mostrando aqui para vocês. Vocês conseguem fazer isso? E aí eu vou pedir para vocês fazer agora, tipo agora já, por favor façam, porque aqui tem sempre uma lição de casa, né? Quem faz as coisas, a gente tem que brincar de alguma maneira. A gente, quando faz um presencial, a gente fazia uma roda para terminar, fazia alguma música, mas agora no online a gente vai trabalhar com a nossa imaginação. Então eu gostaria que vocês criassem esta arte de vocês agora, né? E que vocês pudessem compartilhar. Né, a gente tem aí, né, a página do nosso SIG, eu até coloquei a minha também, se vocês puderem marcar, né, compartilhar tanto o mapa mental de vocês, que eu pedi para vocês fazerem no início da nossa conversa, como essa arte aí inspirada nos objetos. Né, e tem a hashtagzinha que o Jonathan até comentou ali no início da nossa conversa hoje, tá bom? Então, eu vou deixar esse tempinho agora para vocês fazerem, eu vou ver se tem alguma pergunta, eu ainda tenho um fechamentozinho para fazer, mas eu quero ver se tem alguma pergunta que foi feita no chat, se alguém puder do SIG me passar, antes de eu fazer o fechamento, eu respondo enquanto as pessoas estão criando aqui a sua arte para a gente.
Então vamos lá, pessoal, vamos compartilhar, marquem aí o SIG, marquem a hashtag também do BRAZ-TESOL Teachers Month. E, Sandra, por enquanto, deixa eu até confirmar aqui no nosso chat, mas eu acredito que a gente não tenha tido nenhuma pergunta. Então, se alguém quiser perguntar, agora é a hora também, pessoal. Por favor, mande aí no nosso chat do YouTube e a gente vai fazer a sua pergunta para a Sandra.
Só para deixar esse tempinho, ainda tenho mais uma fala para a gente fechar, mas é só para deixar esse tempinho para garantir que eles façam. Sabe, Jonathan? Senão eles não fazem.
Com
Você sabe como é que é aluno, né?
Com certeza, não, com certeza. A gente tem um tempinho também, dá tempo de vocês desenharem, dá tempo de vocês compartilharem, dá tempo para vocês fazerem pergunta. Tempo hoje não é um problema.
Isso. Muito bem, muito bem. Depois você faz o seu também, tá, Jonathan?
Hoje eu estou aqui meio sem nada, eu tenho meu microfone só. Nem meu celular tá perto de mim.
Mas depois você compartilha com a gente, não tem problema.
Eu mando lá no nosso grupo depois, prometo.
Ótimo, muito bom. Muito bom.
Sandra, a Silvânia Capua perguntou se tem algum problema com direitos autorais de usar os bonecos.
Quais bonecos será que ela está dizendo? Quais bonecos, Darling?
É importante a gente saber. Dependendo do boneco, eu diria que talvez, né? Dependendo de como é que for.
Sim, é o que acontece, né? Tem muita gente discutindo isso até aqui na Europa, né? Porque os professores estão fazendo uso de todos os vídeos, de todas as músicas. Então tá todo mundo usando música do Queen nos seus vídeos, sabe? ABBA, enfim. E ninguém tá pedindo autorização, porque é um vídeo que ninguém tá comercializando, eles estão usando internamente nas escolas, né? Eu não sei de quais bonecos ela tá dizendo aí, por exemplo. Mas, por exemplo, quando eu vou trabalhar com fantoche, né, às vezes é um fantoche que a gente comprou numa feira de artesanato, alguma coisa nesse sentido. Eu não tenho visto, na verdade, até porque música é mais complicado, né? Quando a gente coloca música, às vezes coloca um fundo musical, se você não consegue compartilhar nem na sua rede social, porque eles barram, né? Instagram vai barrar, Facebook vai barrar, mas quando é para uso interno da escola, né? Se você não vai comercializar aquilo, eu não tenho visto nenhuma reclamação nesse sentido. Acho que fica
Legal.
tranquilo.
A gente tem mais uma pergunta aqui, aliás, é um pedido da Karina Silva, tá pedindo para que você desse algumas ideias de storyboard.
Ok, eu posso compartilhar no PowerPoint depois, tá bom? No PDF.
Fechou.
Vou
Perfeito.
marcar aqui, para não esquecer. Mas eu coloco de referência lá também, que é importante.
Legal. A gente tem uma outra pergunta da Mariana Oliveira. Como que a gente poderia tentar adaptar isso, se seria possível também, para o ensino de adultos?
Sim, o que acontece é que ao invés, né, de você, que nem as referências que eu usei aqui foi para o mundo da criança, né? Então, por exemplo, eu trabalho com formação de adultos, né? Eu sei que ela deve estar falando para o ensino, né, de adultos. Então, quando eu vou fazer a minha formação de adultos, são as imagens que precisam conversar com eles. Então, eu sei que, por exemplo, os meus alunos do 6º ano atualmente, porque eles estavam comigo no 5º ano, a gente fez um Zoom na semana passada, e eles queriam saber tudo de Among Us, que é um joguinho que está todo mundo fazendo e tal. Então, eu adapto, né, aquela interação para o que eles estão vendo atualmente. Se eu vou trabalhar com um adulto, eu sempre faço uma pesquisa para saber o que aquele adulto gosta. Quais são a culinária que aquele adulto gosta? Quais são os países que ele gostaria de conhecer? Qual é a série que ele está assistindo? Então, eu tenho várias educadoras, né, que fazem curso comigo que gostam de Outlander, Jamie Forever para todos nós, né? Para quem assiste, sabe o que é? Então, assim, começar e trazer alguma curiosidade sobre essa série que essa pessoa gosta de assistir. Enfim, incorporar, às vezes gosta da Itália, então traz uma receita, traz uma curiosidade, um did you know, né? Você sabia que alguma coisa está acontecendo naquele país? Eu acho que é você adaptar o seu conteúdo de acordo com o interesse do seu aluno, seja ele a idade que for. Né? Eu acho que até essa experiência que a gente fez agora, né, da banana, que eu tenho a imagem aí para vocês, ela foi feita com adultos, né? Foi na formação de Jundiaí, né, da de Jundiaí. Então, não é uma criança, porque uma criança, gente, faria muito mais coisas com essa banana, vocês podem ter certeza. Vocês podem ter certeza. Né? Então, o que eu vou fazer agora, Jonathan? Né, o pessoal deve estar fazendo, né, a arte deles. Eu vou continuar aqui a minha fala e depois eu volto com você de novo para a gente seguir para as outras perguntas.
Perfeito.
Tá? E aí, se não ficou claro isso, dessa parte de adaptar para o ensino de adultos, eu volto depois com quem foi que falou mesmo do ensino de adultos? Você sabe o nome da pessoa?
Foi a Mariana Oliveira.
Mariana Oliveira. Qualquer coisa, se não ficou claro para ela, a gente pode dar mais um exemplo. Tá bom?
Perfeito. Obrigado, Sandra. A gente já volta então com mais perguntas.
Sim, senhor. Sim, senhor. Obrigadão. Então, espero que vocês estejam aí inspirados, né, para criar a arte de vocês. E para a gente ir fechando, né, e voltando, né, ao nosso tema de hoje, né, que é como a gente chegar aí, trabalhar essa conexão entre educadores e alunos nesse novo mundo online. Eu tenho visto, né, muitos especialistas no Brasil, né, estarem trazendo, né, um conceito. Vamos chamar de conceito? Vamos dizer assim, né, um conceito, uma abordagem, né, de que a gente precisa, né, trabalhar com os nossos alunos, né, mais Maslow do que Bloom, né, então, e fazendo, né, uma comparação aí da taxonomia de Bloom, da pirâmide do Bloom, né, com a hierarquia das necessidades do Maslow, que a gente precisava olhar para isso. Fico muito feliz, né, que eu tenho visto, né, muitas pessoas, né, com esse olhar, né, a gente, né, quem me acompanha aí nas redes sociais sabe que a gente está aí desde agosto de 2019, né, já trabalhando com essa, vamos dizer assim, com essa filosofia, né, aqui em alguns projetos, né, seja no Brasil, seja, né, no Quênia também, e agora recentemente, né, aqui na Holanda, trocando um pouquinho aí de pirâmides. Né, até no início desse ano, quando a gente estava aí vivenciando esse início dessa pandemia, as nossas escolas fechadas, né, quem me acompanha nas redes sociais, né, viu que a gente estava fazendo várias provocações, né, vamos dizer assim, em relação à pirâmide de Maslow, e eu estou feliz, né, de ver muitos especialistas aí estarem cada vez mais trazendo isso para suas discussões. Eu espero que isso realmente, né, chegue para as escolas. Por isso que no início, né, dessa nossa fala hoje, a gente pergunta, tá tudo bem com vocês, né, todo mundo tá com uma água perto, tá num lugar confortável, já sorriu hoje, né, o que fez você sorrir hoje? A gente, né, tá olhando para essa base da pirâmide, né, e não pensando lá na criatividade que está lá no topo. Tem muitos estudos, né, até né, tinha deixado aqui para compartilhar com vocês, né, Why Educators Need to Put Maslow Before Bloom. Tenho aqui 2 referências para vocês, que falam, né, we need to put basic needs before we can think of learning outcomes. Então, é segurança, alimentação, as crianças estarem bem vestidas, né, com uma boa qualidade de ar, exercícios, amor, atenção. Mas, às vezes, quando eu falo isso, alguns educadores falam, não, Sandra, mas na minha escola, tá tudo bem, porque eu trabalho em escola internacional, escola bilíngue, meus alunos, o celular dos meus alunos é até mais novo que o meu, eles estão lá na fazenda, estão na casa da praia. Quando a gente fala, gente, de olhar para as necessidades básicas, é de toda a comunidade escolar. Não são dos seus 17 ou 35 alunos que você tem na sua sala de aula. É de todo mundo. São das pessoas que trabalham na cozinha, que a gente tem que saber pelo nome, de quem está na portaria, de quem são os fornecedores. É de toda a comunidade escolar. E isso não é a Sandra que está falando, né? Isso está no BNCC. Né? Quem é educador no Brasil, né, que sabe aí, a gente tem as competências 9 e 10, empatia e cooperação, responsabilidade e cidadania, tá? Na BNCC. Né? Se a gente não colocar essas competências em prática em 2020, 2021, quando que a gente vai colocar? Né? Oportunidade melhor do que essa a gente não tinha, né, no nosso contexto aí. Porque o que a gente vê muito são as escolas, às vezes, preocupadas, né, em mandar apostilas para casa, como se fosse almanaque de férias, aquelas coisas que os pais adoram, que a criança fica quieta, né, que fica pintando. Então, manda um monte de apostila para casa. Ou outras escolas, né, fazem uns kits pedagógicos e colocam argila, terra, pedra, miçanga, um monte de coisa que vai para casa. Ok, o que a gente está mostrando para a criança, o que a gente mostra para aquela comunidade escolar quando a gente só manda, quando a gente está focando só no conteúdo? O que acontece quando uma comunidade escolar como essa, né, de uma escola chamada Global Village, lá em Caxias do Sul, né, faz uma caixa pedagógica, e dentro dessa caixa pedagógica, os alunos da educação infantil dessa escola fizeram desenhos e os pais fizeram bolinhos para serem entregues para os profissionais da UTI da cidade. O que você ensina para uma criança quando você faz isso? Mamãe, vamos brincar? A mamãe não pode agora porque a gente está fazendo o bolinho, porque a gente vai doar para o hospital. Né? Ou, quando a gente vê isso, né, numa rua, numa esquina, se você estiver precisando, pegue até 3 itens para a sua família. Caso queira ajudar, deixe seu alimento, seja solidário. Se a gente tivesse um carro desse na esquina de cada escola, e uma criança quando está chegando, nossa mãe, por que aquele carro está lá parado com um monte de comida e aberto? O que a gente ensina para uma criança quando a gente tem isso nas frente das nossas escolas? Isso está no conteúdo, gente? Isso precisa estar no conteúdo? Né? Então, olhar para essas necessidades básicas. E quando a gente pensa, né, em amor e atenção, né, porque pensa, os meus alunos são bem nutridos, a comunidade escolar, todo mundo tem dinheiro, mas e o amor e a atenção? Né, tem muitos pais que perderam trabalho, infelizmente, teve gente que perdeu, né, ente querido com essa doença. Como é que está o clima em casa? Como é que estão as relações em casa? Né, então, as escolas, infelizmente, às vezes ainda prezam, né, por priorizar ali o topo da pirâmide, exigir que a gente seja sempre mais criativo, que faça sempre mais coisas, que está criando mais vídeo, participando de mais cursos e mais cursos. A gente está realmente no topo dessa pirâmide? Ou a gente está aqui, né, na fase amarela, vamos dizer assim, né, que a gente precisa focar um pouco mais, né, em amor e pertencimento? Né, será que a gente não precisa, né, como mais, né, se questionar um pouquinho mais, como diziam os nossos amiguinhos aí do Black Eyed Peas, né? Where is the love? Será que talvez seria essa, né, a pergunta aí que a gente poderia fazer, né, nas nossas reuniões pedagógicas, para as nossas famílias? Enfim, acho que é isso, né, que eu tinha para falar para vocês hoje um pouquinho. Vou abrir agora aí para as perguntas, deixo aqui, né, o meu e-mail para quem quiser saber um pouquinho mais do meu trabalho, mais do que a gente está conversando aqui. Vou estar super à disposição. Se tiver alguma pergunta que a gente não der conta de responder aqui, me perguntar pelo Instagram ou por e-mail, todo mundo sabe que eu respondo, tá bom? Obrigada de coração pela escuta de todos. Um prazer mais uma vez estar aqui com vocês. E agora eu respondo as perguntas de todo mundo.
E Sandra, foi incrível, incrível. Tem outras perguntas, realmente. Tem bastante gente fazendo pergunta agora, viu, Sandra? Então vamos lá. Tem a primeira pergunta aqui, que é da Rebeca Damasceno Souza. Ela pergunta se quando ela pede para a criança buscar algum objeto em casa durante as aulas, serve como elemento de movimentação.
Sim, sim. Há educadores que eu sei que às vezes precisam, eu não sei de qual faixa etária é essa criança, porque na verdade tudo é feito um combinado, né? Então eu acho que às vezes os pais, porque se ela pede para a criança e a criança sai, se a mãe não foi avisada, ela, o que você está fazendo de pé? Volta para aula, mas a teacher, volta para aula. Então precisa avisar para a comunidade, para os pais primeiro. Olha, na nossa aula a criança precisa ir ao banheiro buscar alguma coisa. Ela pode abrir a gaveta e pegar a favorite t-shirt dela para mostrar para a gente na câmera. Então, a gente precisa, né, tá educando, na verdade, os pais para essas nossas abordagens de casa. É ok levantar, é ok se a criança... Eu, Sandra, acho que é ok a criança estar deitada de ponta cabeça assistindo a minha aula. Não tem problema nenhum. Né? A criança... Se eu tô aqui de pé para falar para vocês, por que a criança não pode estar de ponta cabeça, gente? Então, para mim, não tem essa questão.
Legal. E exatamente isso, né? A criança, dependendo dos acordos que foram feitos, pode estar de ponta cabeça, de pé, pulando, tudo depende do acordo.
E é bom focar nesses combinados, porque, por exemplo, esses kits pedagógicos vão para casa com argila, com tinta, e aí os pais reclamam, poxa, manchou o sofá, manchou o computador. Então, precisa fazer um vídeo aula para esses pais, ou um áudio. Pai, você está recebendo essa semana uma tinta, forra com jornal, tira o computador de perto, deixa a criança numa área... Os pais, gente, eles não fizeram pedagogia, não fizeram letras, eles não têm a obrigação de saber como a gente faz uma atividade em casa. Eles não têm essa obrigação. A gente tem que educar eles primeiro. O ideal seria fazer com eles primeiro, para depois fazer com as crianças, porque aí eles não questionam a nossa prática. Né? Quanto mais a gente está envolvido... E tem pais que fazem junto com as crianças, mas são poucos. Né? A gente entende aí também a realidade de cada um. Tá todo mundo trabalhando em casa também, né? Alguns. Né? Então tem que levar isso em consideração também.
E essa ideia que você deu de realmente fazer um vídeo de instrução para os pais é o que a gente também passou para os nossos professores daqui, porque fica muito mais fácil de alinhar a expectativa e entrega, né? Então o pai já sabe o que vai ser feito.
Pode ser um áudio às vezes, né? Até para as crianças, porque as crianças estão muito acostumadas com vídeo, com estímulo visual. Manda um áudio, faz um podcast curtinho, coloca um fundo musical. E aí, João, tá preparado para a aula de hoje? João, né? Se fosse aula particular, mas assim, terceiro ano A, e aí, tá tudo bem? Gente, já pegou? Volta lá, senta, volta, pega o caderno, volta lá, senta, sabe assim? Então, precisa brincar um pouquinho com isso. Né? E o bom do áudio, né, ou do vídeo, é que a criança pode assistir 1000 vezes, você não precisa explicar 1000 vezes. Né? Procedimento é vídeo ou áudio.
Perfeito. Eu tenho mais uma pergunta por aqui, Sandra. A Elaine Elia fala...
Dela eu não vou responder não, porque ela não gosta dela.
Então tá bom. Então, Elaine, agradecemos a participação. Falando de movimento, você fala do professor, mas o aluno muitas vezes reluta em sair das cadeiras. Tem algum tipo de propósito, desculpa, temos um proposto atividades, go and get, mas está repetitivo. Tem outras sugestões de atividades que eles podem sair da cadeira, ou então algo do tipo de movimento?
Eu acho que vai depender muito da faixa etária, né, que eu acho que a gente está falando. Né? Às vezes, a aula possa ser conduzida deitado. Então, para essa aula, você precisa assistir deitado. Assim, então, às vezes, é mudar até a proposta da aula. Essa aula você não pode estar sentado, essa aula você precisa estar deitado para fazer alguma coisa. Ou até para... Sabe quando a criança, às vezes, está num espaço com mais liberdade e ela pode deitar de barriga para baixo e escrever ali? Então, hoje a proposta você tem que deitar no chão, porque as crianças também estão ficando um pouquinho preguiçosas em casa, né? Acho que é sentar, liga lá e acabou. né? Mas não é assim.
Uhum.
Eu acho que vai muito da faixa etária e talvez tentar investigar com as famílias que tipo de movimento que essa criança está fazendo, né? Porque às vezes se ela só está aqui, né, no iPad, no celular, como é que a gente trabalha o outro, sabe, as pernas dessas crianças? Acho que a gente está, né, o que a gente mais sente falta hoje de o movimento das pernas. Então, o que a gente tem feito aí? Então, investigar com essas famílias, o que essa criança tem feito de atividade física? Como é que a gente pode trazer um elemento dessa atividade física para as nossas aulas de inglês? Então, está jogando tênis, imagina que está jogando tênis agora, né, e tentar fazer alguma adaptação dessa atividade física nas aulas de inglês de alguma maneira. E Elaine, Eli, eu te amo muito, você sabe, é brincadeira.
Ela tem mais uma pergunta. Ela pergunta sobre tongue twister. Se dá para usar no ensino remoto, se não fica muito focado no professor.
Eu acho que não, porque a gente pode até fazer uma brincadeira aproveitando as outras pessoas que tem na casa. Fazer um tongue twister challenge com a mãe, com o pai, com o avô que está em casa, com o irmão mais novo. Sabe assim, eu acho que a gente pode aproveitar o tongue twister e pedir para as crianças buscarem estes tongue twisters, porque é sempre o professor que traz essa referência. Então, o professor traz um. She sells by the seashore. E aí? Esse é um tongue twister. Existe tongue twister em português? Como é que é em português? Será que existe em outras línguas? Busca em outras línguas até. Então, na próxima videoaula, você tem que trazer um tongue twister. Vamos fazer uma... não sei se é uma competição, mas vamos fazer um desafio, né, de quem consegue falar o tongue twister do outro e trocar as turmas, às vezes. Né? A gente pode fazer do 5º ano com o 4º, com o 3º ano. E envolver as pessoas da casa, que eu acho que isso, e gravar, porque eles podem gravar com celular, né, tipo, gravar áudio WhatsApp, todo mundo faz, e pedir para outros educadores da escola poder fazer isso, professores que não sejam da língua inglesa, pedir para o professor de educação física fazer, o de artes, né, a Elaine Elia que perguntou disso, o tom da portaria, da segurança, sabe, assim, porque eu sei a escola que a Elaine trabalha, então, envolver outras pessoas neste desafio do tongue twister, acho que vai ficar super demais.
Perfeito. Sandra, eu gostaria de te agradecer pelo seu tempo, pela disponibilidade, pela apresentação. Foi incrível ter você com a gente. Eu tenho mais uma pergunta aqui, que é da Cíntia Peixoto. Ela quer saber quando que é a próxima turma de Rádio Emília. Eu acho que é mais fácil ela te mandar um e-mail, né?
Sim, com certeza. Mas vai ser janeiro, fevereiro de 2021. Mas ela me manda e-mail que eu explico para ela direitinho quando que vai ser.
Então, Cíntia, encaminha aqui um e-mail para ela, é smartlearningbrazil@gmail.com, que aí vocês conseguem trocar uma ideia melhor sobre o curso de Rádio Emília. Então, once again, Sandra, brigadaço pela essa apresentação, foi incrível, foi muito bom.
Querida. Obrigada a você, eu tô por aqui, se precisar de mim, você sabe que eu tô na área.
Que bom, fico feliz. Pessoal, muito obrigado a todo mundo que esteve aqui também até agora. A gente vai ter um comfort break daqui a pouquinho, e antes do comfort break a gente vai ter um videozinho explicando sobre o projeto Roupa que a gente falou lá no começo, tá bom? Então, quem vai compartilhar o vídeo do projeto Roupa, pessoal da equipe tá por aqui. Eu não lembro se era a Ana ou se era a Van. Van, se você conseguir compartilhar. Great.
Meu nome é Tina, eu nasci e fui criada na Noruega. Eu vim para o Brasil a primeira vez em 2001. Eu conheci as crianças que moram na rua em São Paulo e para mim foi um choque, assim, porque na Noruega não tem crianças que moram na rua. Eu senti que realmente a minha missão é aqui no Brasil, que eu preciso fazer o bem para muitas pessoas. Em 2003, comprei a chácara e dia 24 de novembro de 2003 começamos com 8 crianças aqui no projeto. Hoje, 14 anos depois, a gente tem 93 crianças. Eles ficam meio período aqui, meio período na escola. Aqui é um lugar onde criança pode ser criança, em um lugar seguro, um lugar gostoso, onde eles podem brincar e aprender.
Tem cheiro e tem cor, tem fruta do pé, tem bicho e tem flor.
todo mundo pode ajudar de várias maneiras. Você tem uma roupa usada no seu guarda-roupa, quando entra no Facebook, pode entrar para compartilhar e curtir o que a gente coloca na nossa página. É importante vocês virem aqui para conhecer, realmente, para vocês pessoalmente conhecer o trabalho, conhecer as nossas crianças. Hoje temos em torno de 4.000 refeições por mês aqui no projeto. Então a gente precisa de muita ajuda na parte da cozinha. As pessoas também podem ser doador mensal, com a quantidade que eles podem doar. As pessoas podem doar com móveis, com coisas da casa, de construção. E, claro, pode ser voluntário, depende de cada um. Eu comecei a minha carreira aqui no Brasil como voluntário e quem ganhou mais com isso foi eu mesmo, porque você doa o seu tempo, a sua atenção, mas você recebe o carinho e sabendo que você fez a diferença na vida de criança ou de idoso, se for um asilo, você sabendo que você conseguiu fazer uma diferença, isso é uma coisa que não tem preço.
Bom, gente, eu sou a Vanessa. Esse vídeo que vocês acabaram de ver é o Projeto Roupa, aqui de Taubaté. E eu trabalho como voluntária lá e posso falar que eles fazem um trabalho maravilhoso. E eu gostaria muito que vocês contribuíssem com qualquer quantidade, eles estão precisando muito. Eles não atendem só as crianças, mas atendem as famílias da comunidade também. Então, fica aqui meu pedido, a gente vai deixar um template aqui do break com o QR Code para vocês poderem fazer a doação. E a gente volta às 14h05 com as best practices. See you!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Our best practice speakers are up next, and these are 20-minute show and tell sessions about from teachers who have successfully been implementing a specific idea, technique, or using a particular resource in their remote lessons. We hope you all feel inspired to implement these ideas in your teaching context. And our first best practice speaker, I am very happy to present her, is Kathy. Hello, Kathy. Kathy is a young learners teacher. She has a degree in psychology and education, and she has been teaching for 18 years. She also has her own school called It's Playtime Recreação in São Paulo, which she started 13 years ago, where she works as a teacher and coordinator. And Kathy believes that the children should learn through play and in an active way. So her lesson plans always include a lot of hands-on activities and very creative things. So welcome, Kathy.
Thank you. Okay, so hello everybody and welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to share with you a few activities. I'm going to share my screen with you so you can take a look at what are we talking today. Okay, so here it is. So today we are going on some adventures through the screen, and this is something that I did with my students, with all my groups actually. So before I start, I just want to tell you a little bit about my teaching context. My online classes are 30 minutes long, and my students are age 3 to 7. So these activities that I'm going to show you right now, they did not happen in one class. They took like 3 classes or even more. The students loved it. The final part that I'm going to show it to you, going to the zoo, the virtual field trip to the zoo was a big success. So it was very, very nice. So we kept doing this over and over again. So, well, the challenge isn't over, right? So Sandra Rodriguez gave us lots of information about it and how to keep students motivated and engaged. So these activities, it all started with the storytelling. The book that I read was Polar Bear, What Do You Hear? I don't know if you're all familiar with this. I'm gonna show you a little bit more. And then I also had a guessing game for the students to guess the animal sounds. And this is all related to the story. And after that, we finally went to the San Diego Zoo, which was really, really nice. So we're gonna have this virtual field trip to the zoo, and I'm gonna tell you all about it. Now, don't worry about, I'm going to share with you all the links later. You will have this PowerPoint. So don't worry about it, okay? So Polar Bear, What Do You Hear? Is this book written by Bill Martin Jr., and it was illustrated by Eric Carle. You might know the other books as well, such as Brown Bear, What Do You See? There's also Baby Bear, What Do You See? And Panda Bear, What Do You See? So in this one, this book will show us the animals, the zoo animals, and which sound each animal makes. So you could get the book, just read it for your students, right? You could also find a YouTube video and show your students the YouTube video, and you can mute the YouTube video so you could read the story for them. And I've done this many, many times. It's a really great option. Or you could also use the green screen effect that it's available on the Zoom app. And this will make the storytelling even more magical. And students really, really love this. I don't know if you are familiar with this technique, but I'm going to show you a little bit. And what's very important is don't forget to interact with the students when you're telling the story. It doesn't matter if you're reading from a book, if you're using a YouTube video, you really should interact with your students as much as possible, okay? So now, right now, I'm gonna show you, let me try to just change my screen here so you can see what it's like. Wait, let me go back. I'm just gonna try to share my screen with you. I don't think it's possible, is it? I just tested. Well, I'm gonna show you some pages of the book, and let me just bring it back here. Okay, so for this book, sorry guys. So in this book, for example, we have, it starts with the polar bear, okay? So polar bear, what do you see? And on this page, the polar bear is going to say, I hear a lion, and the lion is roaring in my ear. So before you turn the page, you could start asking students if they know how to roar like a lion, and you could then show them the next page. But when you're using the green screen effect, you can make this even more magical, because then the students can really engage, and you can make the images show up on a piece of paper that you have. So I don't know why, but it's not really working right now. Let me try here again. No, I can't do this right now, but I will try and show it to you on my Instagram account later, okay? Now, the guessing game. Right after the story, so what I did was, actually on my class, I don't think this happened on the same day. It really doesn't matter, but if it doesn't happen on the same day, you can also, like before you start the class, tell your students, well, do you remember? So last class, we heard the story. Do you remember the animals from the book? And then you could start and explain the game. Well, they won't see anything. They will have to listen to the animal sounds. You're going to play the animal sounds, and they will have to guess, what animal is this? So what we're going to do is, I'm going to play the animal sounds. I have a YouTube playlist with all the animal sounds. And when I share this PowerPoint presentation with you, you will be able to get some access to this playlist that is already saved on YouTube. So you don't have to search for the animal sounds, okay? It's all set up right here. So let me click on this link. And well, you are now seeing my, you can see my screen, but just imagine that the students won't be looking at, started already. The students won't be seeing your screen. So don't share your screen, just share your sound with the students. And then you can just choose randomly. It doesn't have to be in the same order as in the book. So you just play the sound and you ask the students to guess what sound it is. So, you know what, I'm going to do this with you. I'm not going to share my screen. Okay, so now let's just listen to the sound and let's see if you can guess. I won't be able to read what you're writing down, okay, guys, but just as an exercise, just try to guess what sound is this. Okay. That was loud, right? So do you have any idea of what animal this is? Well, I was sharing my screen with you, so you might know this one, but let me get a different one. And this is not as easy. Let's see if you can. This is very, very unusual. Are you familiar with this sound? What animal is this? Do you have any idea? Oh, you know what? This is the zebra. Yeah, the zebra. Ah, and this one, students do love this one. Now, what about this one? Now, this is a bird. Now, if you remember the book, you might know what bird this is. It's the peacock, right? The peacock. So now let me go back to my desktop and share with you. Let's go back to my presentation. So you can just play all the animal sounds. The students can guess. If you don't have many students in your class, you can just tell them individually, so João, can you tell me what animal this is? Or Maria, or Fabiano, what animal is this? So interact with your students during the game. If possible, give each student a chance to guess the animal. And you can also show a short video or a real picture of each animal, okay? Now, before I ended this class, what I did was I told the students, I told them, next week we are going to travel. Now, before I had any chance to explain it to them, they were all like, oh my God, how are we going to travel? Is this really true? And then I explained to them, yes, we are going to travel from our home using the computer, but still they got super excited about it. So then I told them that we were going to the zoo and that this zoo wasn't here in Brazil, so we would have to travel by airplane. So on the next class, they were all super excited because I have already told them what we were going to do. So then I told the students, well, before we go, we have to prepare for this trip. And this is really nice because then you can really ask students to play with their imagination. So everybody go on and grab an imaginary suitcase and let's start packing. And then you can start asking your students, what are you bringing to this travel? You know, what do you think we need to take? We're going to the zoo, but we're also going to a different country. So what do you need to pack? So then, if possible, again, give each student a chance to say something that they would like to put in their suitcase. You could also tell them a little bit about where you're going. So tell them a little bit about San Diego. You could show a map. You could share some pictures. And then what I did was, well, I told them, of course, don't forget your passport, your suitcase, your camera, some important things, because we would like to take lots of pictures of the animals. And then what I did was I made a really short video to show them the airplane taking off and landing. And this would really, boost their imagination, you know? So I am going to do this with you right now. So let's take a look at this over here. And once again, this link will be available on the PowerPoint. So you can use my video if you want to, or you can do just something similar. So this video doesn't have any sound. I would just tell them, oh, so don't forget your passport. Now let's take a taxi to the airport. And here's the airport. This is the international airport here in São Paulo. Now we have to stand in line and check in. And now it's time to go. Woohoo! So now don't forget, fasten your seatbelts and look at this. We are going all the way from São Paulo and take a look. We are going to San Diego in United States of America. Okay. So we are taking off. And then you can tell your students, well, so now look out of your window and what do you see down there? Wow, I can see the houses and they look so tiny. And now, ooh, I see some water. What else do you see down there? Can you see some houses? Can you see the cars? Not yet, right? Just going to forward the video a little bit so we can, and then you can say, well, we're almost there. This is San Diego already. So look down there. You can see the cars. You can see tiny houses. You can see lots of trees. And if you look back there, you can even see the ocean. So now get ready because the airplane is going to land. And here we are. It's almost there, landing in San Diego. So everybody, welcome to San Diego. Now we're gonna get our suitcase. We're going to the hotel, but right after that, we are going to the San Diego Zoo. So let me just show. So over here, I just share some pictures to show them a little bit. So here we are at San Diego, and I'm also going to show you the San Diego Zoo. And here it is, the San Diego Zoo. Now, who's excited about it? I am. So let me just go back to my presentation. So after this, okay, so after this, Okay, I don't know why my video went off. So after this, what I did was I showed them the map, the zoo map, and we did something really, really nice. We played a little bit of like an I Spy game. So first of all, the first animal I wanted to show them was, of course, the polar bear because of the story. So I told them, can you find the polar bear on this map? And they would have to try and find it. And since my group was small, they were able to circle it using the drawing tool that you have on Zoom. So they would circle, so one at a time. Well, can you find the polar bear? The student would circle the polar bear, and then the next student would go ahead and circle the next animal. So like, let's find the giraffe, or let's find the gorilla or the lion. So you can also play a little game with this. It's really, really nice. And after we did this, we had the live stream cameras. So this is really nice. The San Diego Zoo website has live stream cameras, and they also have some info videos, okay? So you could go straight to the live stream cameras, okay, because the map is not interactive. Oops, wait. Okay, so the map is not interactive, so you can't really go and click on the map and go to the animal that you want to see. I'm sorry about it. I don't know what happened. And here we are, the live stream cameras. I'm gonna try to show you one. Now you should be prepared because sometimes the animal is not active or the animal is not on camera's reach. So you might need to have a backup plan. Like for example, right now I can see that the polar bear is not here. So I'm gonna try to switch to a different animal. And what I did was I pre-recorded my screen. So I went on the zoo website before class started, and I was able to pre-record some of the animals in action so that if this happens, the students wouldn't be so frustrated. So here, for example, we can see the water, but I don't see any penguins. So let's try another animal. And if it doesn't work, then I will show you some of the footage that I have. So here it is. We can see a baboon. Okay, so here it is. We have a baboon. And sometimes we can see the animals eating. We can see the animals sleeping. Let me see if it's, yes, it's on. Okay, so it's really, really nice. The students get super excited. You can count how many animals, like for the elephants, for example, we have some baby elephants over there. So you can try and count how many baby elephants you see, how many big elephants you see. It's really nice. And you also have, let me show you the info videos that they have over here. So when you click over here, these are all the live cameras, okay, over here. These are all the animals, not all animals from the zoo you can watch live. And over here, you can click on one of these videos and you can share with the students, okay, a little bit of an information video. And after this, you could ask the students some questions about what they saw. And I was really upset because just like, 2 weeks ago, they had some info videos about, for example, the polar bear, and now it disappeared from the website. So this morning when I was testing everything, I saw, what happened? The link is not available anymore. So they have new videos. I didn't have any time to watch exactly the content on these, but they have some information videos. So if you're not able to see the live cameras, you can switch to this. And actually, it's actually a good idea if you do a little bit of both, okay? Now, let me just go back to my presentation because I think I'm short of time. And, okay, oops, no. Let me share my presentation here. Okay, so this is what I did. I don't know if we have time for some questions. So if we do, I can't really read them right now, but somebody will read for me. Thank you very much for joining, for watching. Please follow me at my Instagram account. It's Playtime English. I'm always sharing some activities. And don't forget to share your own activities with the hashtag. And feel free to reach me, send me some messages if you have any questions related to this activity. And you will have all these links in my PowerPoint presentation. Okay, So I don't know if we have some questions, Anna.
So we do have a couple of questions. We will be sending them later on to you.
Okay.
And then if you could answer them on your Instagram with our hashtag, that would be great.
Because we don't have time right now, right?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay,
But
perfect.
Kathy, I want to thank you so much on behalf of the SIG. It was a great presentation, such
Thank
an
you.
interesting activity. So thank you so much for sharing it with us.
And help everybody out.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So our next speaker is Eduardo de Freitas. He's a teacher at Cultura Inglesa São Paulo, and he's also a Cambridge certified teacher trainer. He holds the TKT, the CELTA, the ICELT, and the CPE, and he works as a coordinator for BRAZ and for BRAZ-TESOL Teacher Development SIG. So welcome, Edu. We are very happy to have you here.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Oh my God, I have my Hogwarts background on.
That's amazing.
I'm sorry about that. I couldn't actually test my camera before. I was teaching a group of teenagers yesterday, and we had this Hogwarts tour. So I'm not sure I can remove it. Let me give it a try. Because Zoom seems to be a bit different, but it's okay. It's okay. I think I'm gonna take you to Hogwarts today, so I hope you have a great time here with me. My presentation is not really a practical idea of an activity. It is something that I did with my young learner groups, some of the teenagers as well, which is building an online portfolio, right? So okay, I managed to get the background away. So one of the difficulties that I have as a teacher is getting my parents to see the progress of the students, right? So I think that this is a struggle that we have not only during emergency remote teaching, but also in life, right? So I kind of started this project of having online portfolios a couple of semesters ago, but this year was definitely where I actually started, like for good, because we had no other alternatives. So during my very short talk today, I'm going to be talking about formative assessment tools we can use to build this type of portfolios and how we can organize it, what kind of information, what kind of activities you're going to include there. So first, it is really important for us to have an idea, to have it very clear that assessment can be done mostly in two ways. We call it a formative assessment or a summative assessment. So a formative assessment is when we evaluate the learning process through activities, through portfolios, and we take that information from this type of assessment for this specific activity, and we reshape our practice as a teacher in order to achieve more effective learning goals, let's call it this way, and also to shape our lessons to speak directly to our students' needs. So I found this quote online very interesting that says, their formative assessment activities are for learning, while summative assessments are of learning. So summative assessments are kind of tasks that we have at the end of the semester to test how much students have developed or learned. So that's the big difference. And when we think about building portfolios, we are talking about constant feeding this space with evidence that our students are learning, that they are developing, and also having parents participate in this process eventually. So when we think when you think about tools we can use for building a portfolio online, there are endless options, but today I would like to focus on two of them. So the first of them is Google Sites. Google Sites is for free. You don't have actually to pay for it. So if you have a Google account, all you have to do is to create a Google Site and think about the structure that I'm gonna go over in a while. Or you could also use Padlet. I've been using Trello as well, but I was talking to Rafaela from Beyond School earlier this morning, and we were discussing which one was better, and then she mentioned that she's been using Padlet and everything. So I decided to talk about Padlet, like really last minute today. So when we think about Google Sites, it's literally a website, very user-friendly for you to build. So what I did with my young learners, I have groups. I have a group of they're in the second year of Ensino Fundamental. So it's still very difficult for them to produce content and send it over to me, like record videos and send it to me, or record audios and everything. So I decided to have a different approach to my portfolio, because my final objective was always to make learning visible to parents. So I was like, what can I do to make parents realize that their kids are learning and are developing? So I decided to create a agenda virtual. So in this Google Sites, I would post homework activities, extra activities, and every lesson I would put a practice tip there. So in this lesson, for example, we talked about birthday, like organizing a birthday party, like what would be the birthday party of your dreams, and we worked on this kind of vocabulary. I prepared a video activity for them to practice using Frozen Fever. So they would have to click and perform the activity, but I also had a suggestion here. I said, peça para o seu filho ou filha pegar fotos de aniversários passados e descrever para você as palavras que ele ou ela aprendeu em aula. Because one of the things that, one of the difficulties that we have when we want to make learning visible to parents is that sometimes they don't know how to extract the content that students have learned from the kids, and most of the times they don't even know what to ask. So I decided in order to create this this practice for them to teach parents how they can extract content from their kids, I decided to include this practice suggestion with something very hands-on, not involving course books, not involving homework. So this is supposed to be a fun moment, a different moment in which they are going to use English naturally. Then I've brought here some of other suggestions. So for this was a midterm progress check. So as in the school I work for, in the middle of the term, we normally have it's not really a test, an activity that we evaluate the progress, but this could not be done with students because we were in emergency remote teaching. At least we couldn't do this. We couldn't have done this in the traditional way that we normally do. So I got some questions and I prepared this, what they called teste de evolução. So I made it very clear that this was not a component from the course, that they didn't have to do it. But I would like them I would like parents to be involved with the students during the process of doing this activity. and then there were some audios for them to play. And then there was there was the activity, and we had the answer key, so they could work on it together. Then one of the following lessons we talked about, I told them the story of the gingerbread man. So my suggestion as an extra practice was to actually prepare gingerbread men at home, like the cookie recipe. So I found a very nice cookie recipe online. I put the link here, and my suggestion was to, while they were making the cookies at home, parents could ask the kids to tell them the story. What was the story about? What happened in this story? So that was one of the ways that I found to make learning visible to my young learners, like to my tiny ones. They're not very young learners, but they don't have this autonomy to record things and send to me just yet. So that was my take on not necessarily a portfolio, and also throughout this, if you actually go to the Google sites, you could see videos that were recorded during the lessons. We could see written production from students. We could see games that they played and the scores and everything. So there was a bit more content that unfortunately I cannot share with you today because it's copyright material. But it's also, but my point is, if you're using Google Sites, it's something that doesn't offer a lot of two-way. It's not kind of a two-way communication. It's a moment in which you post things and parents will be able to follow up, and the communication can happen via email or any other way that your school decides to do so. Now, my other alternative was to use Trello, which is very, very similar to Padlet. So I believe you're familiar with Padlet. This was a print screen that I got from Rafael Alves, which was the person I was talking to earlier today. And I got the prints from hers because mine is still at the beginning, so it's not as beautiful and as complete as hers. So thank you, Rafa, for allowing me to use your print screen on my presentation today. So what happens is we normally have what I've been doing with my teenagers. I've been using this tool with they're a bit older. They're around 13 to 14 years old. And at the end of every unit, at the end of every block of lessons, I have a portfolio activity. So in this portfolio activity, sometimes it is written, sometimes it is spoken, and students have to record their voices. Sometimes they have to record themselves. It's a video project, or it's a picture. They have to take a picture of something and post there and write about this picture. So I have many different takes on portfolio activities to be included in Padlet. And in my case, I'm using Trello, which is pretty much the same. Yeah? The only difference is that Padlet is more visually appealing, I would say, because you can actually put the videos here and play. And when you do this with Trello, you have only the cards, and if parents want to click and open the video, they have to click and look for the video inside the card. But it works just the same. The only difference from Trello to Padlet is in Trello, parents can actually comment on the cards, so they can leave a comment, ask questions or compliments or anything. And believe it or not, I've been getting a lot of positive comments, like, teacher, eu não sabia que ela conseguia falar assim, eu nunca vi ela falando inglês desse jeito. So I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, especially from the teenagers. And here I brought some tools that you can use in order to build your portfolio activities. So if you're thinking about using audios, there is a website called onlinevoicerecorder.com. Students just using their computer or using their phone, they can go there, record whatever they need, whatever the task was, and they can download this on MP3 to include this on Padlet or on Trello. So it is very user-friendly, very simple, like trouble-free, really. Students are, if you're teaching your students how to prepare presentations and how to deliver presentations, I recommend you use Google Slides. And if you're looking for something a bit more interactive, there is Genially, which is an incredible website that helps you build interactive presentations. So I've been teaching my students how to use Genially in order to present projects throughout the semester. Thinking about pictures, you could ask them to take pictures of a piece of homework, depends on how old they are. You could have them draw something and post the pictures of their drawing in the portfolio, or some craft, or other projects like picture projects. Like if you're teaching parts of the house, for instance, you could ask students to take a picture of their favorite part of the house and describe what they can do there. If you're talking about animals, ask students to take a picture of their pets and post their pictures there and describe their pets. So there are endless ideas according to the course to the course book or to the course you're teaching and slash using there. And if you're thinking about using videos, there is YouTube. So you can always get the videos from students and put it on YouTube and host it on YouTube, and just put the link in the portfolios. You can use Toontastic. I'm going to talk about Toontastic very soon. So my next slide is about Toontastic. Or you can have video projects in which students have to record a tour of their houses, or record a video talking about the book they've been reading, and also post this video in the portfolio. So you're going to have something very similar to what Rafa has here, a collection of written and visual and audio production from the student, and parents can actually see how they've been developing. Toontastic is an app by Google. It's a storytelling app. I used this when lessons were still face-to-face. So I had 4 students recording a story, a dialogue. So they created the dialogue, they practiced, and then we recorded it together. But if students download this app into their phones or to their tablets or whatever device they have, it's very user-friendly. They can choose the scene, they choose the character, they choose the song, and they can actually record their voice into the character. Let me show this to you. I'm just going to show a part of it.
Guys, come on to McDonald's.
Okay, this one.
Guys, come on to McDonald's. Let's go.
Hello, my name's Annie.
Hello, my name is Guilherme. How are you?
I'm good. Sophia, do you like ice cream?
Yes, I like ice cream. Felipe, and you?
Yes.
So they can actually change the soundtrack and move the characters and change the scene behind and clothing. So it's really, really, really nice. So I use this this tool with my students during the emergency remote teaching, and one of them actually taught his father how to say the sentences, so he could have like him and his father interacting in the video. So yeah, there are endless ideas. These are some of the things I've been using. If you have any questions or any ideas on how to build your portfolio, reach out to me. My Instagram is edudefreitaslt. So I'm planning on actually recording IGTV videos to expand on how to create this portfolio, like step by step. Yeah? And also posting lesson ideas or activity ideas on my profile. So I would like to thank the Young Learners and Teens SIG for their wonderful job and for inviting me to speak at this incredible event that BRAZ-TESOL is organizing. Thank you guys for your time with me today. And just remember, the more we are, the stronger we become. Thank you.
Thank you, Edu. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to thank you one more time on behalf of the SIG. So many lovely ideas, very useful. So thank you again.
Thank you for the space, guys.
So before we head into the break, here's Claire.
Claire, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, dear, but you are muted.
Classic. Thank you very much. Classic. Absolutely wonderful, Eduardo, to hear from you about such a great topic, which is digital portfolios and formative assessment. I'm here just before we go on the break to thank everyone for joining us, of course. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. I certainly know I am. I loved hearing from Sandra about Maslow before Bloom. I've really enjoyed, of course, listening to Kathy's wonderful idea. And Eduardo, thank you very much for talking about those digital portfolios. It's coffee break time, so I hope you're all going to get up and have a coffee. Before you do, we wanted to share something with you, and it's something that has been at the heart of this event. And it was a response to a lot of the challenges and struggles that teachers in our community have been having since the start of the year. And there was this constant complaints and concerns online from teachers like you, talking about how hard it was to engage and motivate students to participate in their online classes. And we played around with this idea. We dug a bit deeper and we thought, well, why is it that children are not engaging in these online classes? And there are many, many reasons. And we know how complex this idea of motivation is. But we thought about the following. Children, naturally, if you observe them in playgrounds or playing with their friends at the weekend, they are motivated. They love learning. And why can't we, or why are we struggling so much to capitalize or connect with this natural motivation to learn that children have? And we thought it would be really interesting to talk to some kids and find out what makes them passionate about learning. What is it that they would like to do if they had a whole day to themselves? And we're bringing these videos to share with you because we think this is a question that we need to be asking more to our students. What is it that they're interested in? And how is it that how can we as educators plan lessons that connect our learning outcomes and goals and curriculum to the developmental needs and interests of our learners? This is what we do with adults. We always give them needs analysis to find out what it is that they're interested in. But I fear that we're not doing that enough with our young learner students. So please now, if you would like to take a couple of minutes to watch this little video and use this as a jump off point for further reflection and discussion on how we can motivate and engage our learners. I'm going to share my screen now with you all so that you can see this video.
E brincava? E com quem você entraria na piscina e brincaria?
Mamãe, Alice e o papai.
Ah, e o que você sente, Alice, quando você está brincando com a mamãe, o papai e a irmã?
Eu amo ele.
Ah!
Tem várias coisas que eu gosto de fazer, mas eu acho que eu iria pra praia. Pra eu tomar sorvete, brincar na areia. E também eu iria aprender a surfar. Com quem você passaria o dia fazendo o que você gosta? eu ia levar minha família. Daí também eu iria ver se meus amigos iam poder ir comigo e eu levaria minhas duas cachorrinhas, a Puffy e a Marie, que eu acho que elas iam gostar de ir atrás. O que você sente quando você faz o que você gosta? Eu sinto que eu estou livre, muita emoção, alegria, várias outras coisas. Então tá, obrigada pelas respostas, Mel. Tchau, gente! Eu acho.
E com quem você passaria o dia desenhando? O que você sente quando você está desenhando, Felipe? O que é felicidade?
O que eu faria o dia inteiro era fazendo a estrelinha o dia inteiro. Às vezes um pouquinho. A gente já subiu ainda. Com a mamãe.
Brincar comigo?
Sim.
Eba!
Eu adoro que a minha mãe conta histórias, explica de brincadeira, recente, me deu um rato maluco.
Ela imita um rato maluco?
Sim.
E por que você gosta de brincar com a sua mãe?
Porque ela é tão bonita. Aprender a andar de skate em pé.
Aprender a andar skate em pé? Você ia ficar o dia inteiro fazendo isso? Com
E
quem?
videogame também.
E jogando videogame também?
E com o papai jogando.
Com o papai? O que você sente quando você faz as coisas que você gosta? Quando você joga videogame, anda de skate?
Daí tem um jogo de luxinha que tem bandejinho, é muito difícil de jogar. Mas uma parte é muito difícil do que chama risadinha.
Entendi. E você gosta? Você se sente como jogando? Você fica contente? O que você sente?
Fico contente.
É?
Mas às vezes eu fico muito bravo por chamar com meu pai e a minha mãe.
Ah, é? Tá bom, obrigada, viu?
Obrigada, um beijo, tchau, Casarinho.
Escrever na história.
Agora, você se lembra da última vez que você aprendeu algo legal? O que era e onde você estava?
Eu estava em casa e eu aprendi sobre a história do Reino Unido e dos Estados Unidos.
E se você fosse uma professora? Sobre o que seriam as suas aulas? Como que elas seriam?
Seria aula de teatro.
Você gosta de teatro também?
Gosto.
Aí você daria aula de teatro.
Sim.
Tá bom. Obrigada, viu? Tchau.
Tchau.
Eu na praia com a minha família.
Legal. E então você iria, com quem você iria, né?
Com a minha mãe e com o meu pai, porque é incrível ir na praia.
Ah, que legal. E por que você escolheu a mamãe e o pai?
Porque eles são incríveis.
Legal, tá bom. E como você se sentiria num dia assim?
Ótimo.
É? Por quê?
Porque é incrível ficar de boa com a minha família.
Que legal. Então tá bom. Obrigada.
De nada.
Um beijo para as pessoas.
All right, everyone, this is Jonathan Macedo here speaking. We're going to have a comfort break and we'll be back at 3:10, so in 15 minutes. Please stick with us until we get back with our presentations.
Okay. Are you ready for the second round? So the next best practice speaker will be Gisele. Gisele, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi,
Hello.
G.
Good
Nice to
afternoon.
see
Nice
you.
to see you again. How
Okay,
are you?
so I'm going to present you. Gisele Cruz has been an EFL teacher since 1999 and is currently working for both the private and public schools in São Paulo. She holds a CELP and has finished Lato Sensu studies at UEL. She's passionate about teaching English to young learners, like we are. So welcome, Gisele. I hope everyone enjoyed the second round of our event. It's with you, G.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here today, sharing this special moment with you. I'd like to start by thanking BRAZ-TESOL, SIG, Young Learners and Teacher SIG, for inviting me to be a part of that. And I must say before I start that I'm very lucky to have a community that will support me with hands-on activities and things that make me grow and make me want to go forward and tell me that I'm doing the right thing and everything, you know. So thank you for this opportunity. I hope you guys enjoy it. Let me share what I have for you today. So the idea for my talk today is to talk about interactive digital notebooks. So interactive digital notebooks. This was not my idea. I didn't come up with that, but it's something that I've researched and I have applied to my English lessons, and it has worked. And I'm really excited to share this with you this afternoon. So here we go. What are they? They are digital and paperless. They can be stored and accessed anywhere. And they bring 21st century learning tools like research and critical thinking and reasoning and finding evidence. And of course, multiple sources and perspective for everything that students will be learning. Really important to teaching English, of course. What do they look like? They can look like a real notebook. We can choose to make them look exactly like a notebook. And they have their tabs here. So in each tab, we can put something, for example, grammar, listening, reading, vocabulary. So we can really combine things together in a notebook. So each divider will, you know, show, for example, in here, I can put it, for example, I can put, for example, here, grammar. Yeah, so I can put it in here, grammar. Yeah, so the yellow part, I will concentrate everything grammar related. Yeah, and then I can, of course, I'll have options to write the exercise in here. So this grammar thing will be up there. Yeah. And then I have a different tab. So I can write it in here, for example, listening, things like this. Yeah. Instead of grammar, I can put like listening or reading or vocabulary. So I can organize things so students can really develop ideas, can really develop their vocabulary, ideas, vocabulary skills. Yeah, so the idea is really create instead of giving a students activities that are isolated, I give one big file with all the things inside. That's the idea for this today. Yeah, so then I have more space for that. And then, how are they used? Since they look like a notebook, how I'm going to use them? I'm going to use them to support lessons. Again, students need extra practice. Students need reinforcement. So I can put this inside this one thing. I can provide examples. I can provide, the correct chunks of language. I can continue the learning. So they will expand lessons. So we can refer to things we don't have time in class to do, but they can work on their own when they are using their digital notebooks. And of course, I can use them to assess students' learning. Yeah. And I think the best thing about the digital notebooks, what really caught my attention was that they look so fun, so much fun that students will willingly do it. Yes, they will not run for this. I'll show you how they look like, and you see that students would like to do things like this. So here we have one of the projects I started this year. It was based on this one. I was not allowed to show my actual students' work, but here's something that I made very similar. So when we went online, I made all about me project. What about me note? And then I created a notebook about it. So here we go. Students are supposed to write their names and to add their pictures digitally. And then they talk about their birthday, their age, how tall they are, where they live, where they go to school. And then they can draw, or they can, cut and paste pictures about their favorites. They talk about their family. They add a picture here too. Yeah. And they talk about their future. So again, I gave this whole file to my students, and each class I work on a color. So I started with the cover, and then I went to the about me, and then my favorites, and then my family, and then my future. So students are not supposed to do this at once, but they will do it after each lesson. So I tell them, oh, today you can do page 3 and the favorites tab, the family tabs. So they look at the scholars, they look at something simple they can accomplish, and they will be doing something. Yes? So here we go. What are some advantages that I find in my notebooks? They're colorful and engaging. I just show you that. Because they can include all kinds of illustrations and diagrams and animation and videos and more. They're good for the environment because they're paperless. Yeah, and they can be multimedia rich. We can include videos and slideshows and audio and flash animations. Yeah, we can even include our students' work. I'm going to show you this in a minute. What do you have to take in consideration whenever you go for a digital notebook? First, you have to plan your goals. I, for example, have one lesson per week, just one. So if I make a notebook a month, I'm going to do like 4 or 5 pages. If I decided to do a notebook by trimester, I'm going to have like 12 to 15 pages. I can have more pages. Yes, I can have more pages, but it's about that. So first I plan on what I'm putting there. I'm using it to continue my lesson, to extend the subject, to provide more references, to provide review, to provide reinforcement. I'm doing this so students can, so I can assess my students' work. I can check on what they are doing, if they are really engaging, if, you know, if they are actually learning this. I can use it for, you know, self-evaluation. So when the first things to do is have a plan, and then plan the activities you are going to have inside. I'm going to show you a bunch of activities in a minute. So I think that's the most important part, the playing part. So you make a plan, and then after you make a plan, you decide on the layout. Is it going to look like a notebook? Is it going to look like something else, like a poster? Is it going to be lots of, you know, post-its in a board? So what is the layout you want for your digital notebook for this particular group, for this particular lesson, for this particular instance? And then you create non-movable parts. And since it is interactive, you have to create the movable interactive parts. Let me show you what I mean by that. So, as it is the end of October, I thought it was really, you know, appropriate for me to show you something I prepared for the Halloween part. Yes? So here, what I'm going to show you next, the parts of a digital notebook I created for my students. Yeah, I'm still working on it, but it's something that I'm going to share with my students. So for this first part, they are only going to complete their name here. Yeah, so this will be the cover of their notebook. It's gonna look like this. After that, we come for the first activity. In here, my students will watch a video. It's a YouTube video, so I cannot play it. But it's a video that will present and then review the language. Most likely, I work the video inside my lesson first. So when they come to the notebook, they will only see the review part. Yeah? So I'll show them. Oh. They will only see the review part. Yeah? Okay. And then after they do the review, they listen and repeat to the words in the video. They are going to match. What do they do here? They do like this. They grab the word and they, you know, drag and drop to their correct name. So this is something they watched in the video. We worked this probably in class. So this is it. They read the word and they match to the correct picture. They're going to put it under it. Something else my students love doing in their notebooks is word search. So what do? I create this word search, and then I create those boxes. So students will drag the box. When they find the word, they'll drag the box and put the box on the top of the word they find. I was very careful to create the box in the size of the word here on the word search. Okay, this is something I was you know, careful about, because they just drag and drop. They find the word, they drag and drop it here. Yeah, and then something using numbers and of course the Halloween thing. So they have to drag and drop the amount of hats according to the numbering here. And then they have to answer, clicking in this box, how many hats are left out, are not used on the thing. Yeah. Then we have a listening activity. So here, they're going to play the listening here. And they are going to decide, dragging the check or cross to the answers here. So what are they talking about in the listening? Halloween plans or Halloween history? So according to what they hear, they're going to choose if they're talking about planes or if they're talking about the Halloween history. After that, I decided to mix media and paper. So my students will have to have a dice. My students will have to have a dice, and they will have to build, to create a monster, yeah, in a piece of paper according to the number they have. After that, they take a picture and they add the picture here to their notebook. The same thing I can do with a song, yeah? The same thing they can do with a song. There is this song here. Again, I cannot play the song. The song is copyrighted. But what I ask my students to do is watch and learn the lyrics, make a video using a costume. So they'll make a video where they sing the song using a costume, and then they will, again, add the video to their notebook here. And when we get to the end of the week, because this would be a week worth of activities, independent activities, not activities they would do during the lesson, I'll ask them to self-evaluate. So did you have fun on Halloween this year? Talking about the synchronous, those activities they just did in their notebook and the ones we have. So they choose one and they put it in here, like in a self-evaluate fashion. Yes? So again, the idea for those is to create a group of activities that will not be passed on, you know, singled out, like they will have all the activities together in once, so they can go back to the video, they can go forward, they can, you know, experiment and do, and at the same time record their progress on a notebook. Yes? So if you have any questions, if you have any thoughts, I'll have a few minutes to answer then, I think. And I'll leave it here, my social media. If you ever, if you want to know something more, if you would like me to share more, I will be available for you.
Thank you so much, G. It was really interesting. I was really curious to know about this practice. That's so creative, and would like to thank you. We don't have time for questions, but we told our viewers that they can write their questions and use our hashtag, and then they can send them to you as well.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Again, I would like to thank for the opportunity of being here today. I'd like to say that it was really a pleasure, and again, I'm lucky to be a part of this community. Thank you.
We are lucky to have you with us.
Thank you, very nice evening. See you next time.
See you. Okay, so let's move on to our next best practice speaker. Is Rose there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, Rose.
How you doing?
I'm good, and you? I just can't see you right now.
Oh, sorry. Let me turn on my camera.
Yes.
How is that now?
Now it's perfect. Thank you, Rose. So welcome, and thank you for being here with us. I will make a quick introduction. So Rose Bard has been an English teacher since 1998. She has a degree in early childhood education and holds an MSc in Information and Communication Technology. She has a lot of things on her resume. Yes. She has also specialized in instructional design and modern education with a focus on methodologies, trends, and focus on the learner. In the past, she has contributed to the international community of English teachers as BRAZ moderator and ITDI mentor and blogger. She's currently contributing to EVO. Is that right, Rose?
It's
EVO?
it's the TESOL, one of TESOL events that happens every year. It's the Electronic Village Online, where we bring courses every year for teachers, sessions. It's really good.
That's great. So you are a co-moderator of EVO Minecraft Educators, and you are passionate about learning, creating learning experiences, and gaming for learning. So let's talk about games. Okay. Welcome, Rose.
Thank you. It's really nice to be here. I'm very, very happy for the invitation, and it's been a while since I've done any presentation with the BRAZ-TESOL community, so I'm really happy and happy to have you all here. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so let me just screen share. We don't need sound, so. Okay. Oops. Oh. Just a minute, my seems to freeze, so. Okay, here. My PowerPoint's not presenting yet, right? It should be.
I don't think so.
Yes, I don't know.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Yeah, it is presenting now?
It is, it is.
Yes, but can you see it in full view? Oh, yes.
No,
now
we can. Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Okay, so today I'm here. I'm here to talk to you guys about looking into Minecraft, but going beyond in the gaming, the entertainment, okay? And our objective, oh my dear, my controls are not seem to working. Now it's there. So the idea is to give you guys an overview of how it can be implemented project-based in Minecraft, while also nurturing skills and learning strategies, okay? As we don't have a lot of time today, so my plan is really to help you out see the possibilities. Now, one thing you guys need to take into account, teachers need to take into account before they even venture into Minecraft, is that we need to develop a certain skills and knowledge. One is the technological knowledge about the tool, because Minecraft, if we look at it beyond the gaming, we're gonna see it as a tool for learning. Therefore, it has its own basic controls, and we need to learn how to use it, navigate inside the environment.
Rose, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think the Zoom bar is in the middle of the presentation. Maybe
okay, so
just move it.
Oh, I'm trying. I don't know why it's not moving. Okay, is it better? I tried to take it off. I don't know why it's not.
I can still see it. I don't know.
That's pretty strange. It's not supposed to be there. Okay, let me hide floating controls.
Maybe you can stop sharing and start again.
Has it gone?
No, it's still there.
Really? I just
if you want to stop sharing and share again, that's fine.
Okay, let's do that then. Okay, let's I am trying to hide the controls. Is it hiding?
Yes, now it's very good.
Okay,
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so as I was saying, there is a need to learn more about the technological aspects of Minecraft, as well as the content. Oh, is my screen blinking or something for you guys? It's blinking for me. Move away. I don't know why. Oh, technological problems. Just stop sharing again. Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it's okay. You're back.
Okay. It's kind of like blinking. I have no idea why it's giving me a message. Move away from the share.
Okay, I think now you have stopped sharing, so maybe you can try again. I think it's the connection.
Yeah, I think we lost her.
Let's wait. While we wait, you can donate to Projeto Roupa. Everyone, help us.
Can you share the image with the QR code, Va?
Yes. Hold on. Let me find it here. So while we wait for Rose, I'll share this. Okay, so Rose is coming back soon. And we were thinking about the previous video we showed you with the kids, asking them how do they feel and what would they do the whole day. Do you ask that to your students? I would like you to mention that and how important it is to talk about their feelings. If we have any messages there on YouTube. Jonathan, I don't have the YouTube screen with me, so if you could read any comments, on how important it is to talk about kids and to talk about the emotional aspects during quarantine.
Yeah, that's super important, right? So if you folks would like to share your thoughts on how important it is to share feelings and expectations for classes, what do you like doing and things for like that, share with us in the YouTube chat. That would be amazing.
I think we got Rose back. Okay, Rose said she needs a few minutes because everything closed on her computer and she's restarting her PowerPoint. So meanwhile, if you have any messages, if you have any experiences you want to share with us related to emotions.
Yeah, it's Playtime Recreação em Inglês, saying that it's super important to let them know that we are here for them. And that us also after reading The Color Monster, she talked a lot with the students actually about the feelings and her feelings as well. So it's important to show them, to show students that we are here and we also feel things, that we are part of, life as well.
That's really good. And it's sometimes it's challenging for teachers because some schools want us to follow the content, and sometimes we want just to chat with our students, right? To know how they feel. And it's a totally different approach in the remote learning. So, any other messages, Jonathan?
Claire, I'm sorry, Claire said that this serves to highlight the importance of building strong affective connections between teachers, students, and between students themselves.
Mm-hmm. And really what we saw during this quarantine, the schools that succeeded were the ones who already had a bond with their families. So the community, the school community, the participation of families and school and teachers and students, they're essential. That's when you really see the difference. And now we saw that we need to change when we go back to presential classes.
Rose Radiva.
Okay, I'm going to wait. Hey, Rose.
Yes, I'm back. I'm so sorry,
it's okay.
guys.
It happens.
It does.
Remote teaching is like that.
So true, so
true.
É
raro, mas acontece muito.
It happens. So sorry to Brandon, especially as our honest speaker. Okay, so let's get back. Let's hope that everything now is going to work as planned. Let me just take hiding all the controls, the video, and also the controls. Okay, we should be okay now. Just give me the heads up if everything is fine there. Any problem, please tell me.
That's perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, so I was saying before I lost the control here of my presentation. Teachers, before venturing into Minecraft, using for pedagogical as a tool, you need to get used to the tool. You need to learn the technicals and how to navigate, how to help even students if they don't have the knowledge to do it. And also the content knowledge. What does this tool offer in terms of content, right? And Minecraft is a really rich environment when it comes to language and content. And then is the pedagogical knowledge, how you're going to apply it for learning, right? So these are the three things we need to really keep in mind before we get started. One way to learn more is through Microsoft teacher training website. They have like lots of great courses there, especially a beginner one that's really, really great if you're not familiar with Minecraft yet. And in January, we are going to have January and February, the Evo Minecraft MOOC, but we also have a community on Facebook where you can join us today if you would like to learn more and start like getting more of this technological knowledge, content knowledge through a community. Okay, so you're all welcome to join us. When we think about the pedagogical knowledge, we need to rethink the space and also the resources, because if we think about projects the way we have had experiences implementing in our classrooms, we used to use, right? So now we are like totally digitally, but before that, a lot of tag boards, a lot of posters, more analogical resources. And this was like inside the classroom. Then came the technology, the digital world with a lot of other tools and possibilities, videos, photojournal, blogs, and so on. Lately, the last couple of years, also been talking about the maker movement. We're bringing like recycle materials and to create things in the classroom. Then students can present what they created, like with physical objects with recycles that they bring from home. And all of this is really, really nice and really great. But when we think about Minecraft, we are thinking about a new space with new resources. So this is one of the things that we need to keep in mind. Okay. And there are a lot of project ideas that we can do in Minecraft, inside the immersive environment as it is. Building, redesigning, even coding, programming, learning through the game. Recreating things like from the real world into the virtual world of Minecraft, renovating, creating mechanisms, and even mini games for other players to play. Now, what I would like to do is to give you guys 6 core principles that guide my practice. And then after that, show you how I design the projects to work in Minecraft. So the first core principle I have is we need to challenge them to create, because in Minecraft, their creation is something very powerful. You know, they show, they talk about it, gives them a sense of ownership. This is something that community value, what other players, other children, other people do inside the game. So this is the first core value that I work with. Here, for example, is one of the projects that goes on inside my server. It's the Renovating the Village project, okay, where everything that you see here, it has been done according to the student on vision and desire to create. Here's another one, is the Maze project, where they created mini games. So this was a maze, and they had to think about various problems they encountered, solve it through it, and also bring their own experiences from the gamer world to recreate mini games in Minecraft. The second one is to set learning objectives. Of course, we are teachers, so we need to know where we're going, what they are learning, what we would like them to develop. Of course, when coming to language learning, it's a rich environment, but still you might need to pre-teach the language to prepare them for presenting or discussing what they are doing. So pre-teaching is going to really depend on the learner's level and the teacher's approach. Teaching approach, like what usually you do in the real world until you can actually move to new teaching approach using the game. And here, for example, I still in the Renovating the Village project, where one of the goals were like planning skills for the students. So we worked with the instructor, what items do I need? What do I need to do? And some activities outside the game. Here, there is a video I'm not gonna show you, but in this video, I model for the student. So she's learning the vocabulary, she's learning the verbs, the nouns and verbs, but through watching me. And it was very, very nice, because this is something that players do. They record videos. So it was nice to see me recording for her. She loved it. Okay. The third one is negotiate with learners. They need this space to make decisions, to experiment with their own ideas. So we need to be open to actually allow them this space. And here, one of the resources of the world is a book where we can write. In the Minecraft education, they have also the ability to add pictures into the book and transform it in a PDF. But I am not using the educational one, I'm using the commercial version of it. So I have some limited resources there. In this case, here is the students, they had to create an electrical system for a house with some constraints. So although I gave some limits or some objectives there, there was still a lot of room for them to develop using their own ideas and to fail too, as we're going to see later. My fourth principle is always be there, right? To observe, to question, to encourage, to guide, to appreciate the effort. So this is really, really important. Here is when they were trying to build the electrical system for the house. They had a lot of trouble because they couldn't get it to work, as they had to do it with only one switch. Not many, but one, to turn on all the lights of the house. Then also it's important to share responsibility for the learning and also trust that they can actually make judgments, of the value of their ideas, of creations, their performances as well. And here we have an example, a feedback that I've given. I usually use a lot of I communicate them like suggestions. These are the suggestions. This is what you should do, what you need to do. And then they choose what they think is best. Also, they need the space to fail, right? And rethink about what they did, why it didn't work, and so on. Here's another one on Renovate the Village project. This student, she's a lower level student, so I use a really simple adjust the language to her level. And lastly is to create this space for them to reflect. So I created this place. I invited them to create this place that I call Memory Hall. And they design this space. We talk about the purpose of it, and we visit this place from time to time for them to reflect on themselves, their goals and achievements. Here's one example of a memory hall created by the student. And lastly, this is my design cycle. So what I do is I start with the challenge design, what they need to achieve, create, always considering their interests and needs. And then I map out the language to see like what kind of structure, vocabulary I might need to pre-teach, I might need to focus during the live session, what kind of questions I should be asking to promote not just the linguistic learning, but also the skills and learning strategies. So this is like the design stage, the challenge design in mapping out the language. It's a lot happens inside Minecraft when we are in a live session. So a lot of what they use inside the game, linguistically speaking, is going to come over and over again. So this is what we need to worry less, but really what they're not going to see like on a regular basis. This is what we need to reinforce, to bring forth for them to learn. Then I always bring the project for them, for the children to discuss it first. So we negotiate like when, how, time constraint, all of this, you know, everything that's regarding also time. How long we're going to take, planning, right? Planning, time management, and so on. Also, sometimes there is a need to redesign it with the students. So we do this at this stage. Then we go to actually to implement it, where there is a lot of mediation and support. Like I said before, you know, be there for them all the time. When they get to the end of it, we do the assessment. We also implement like self-assessment, peer assessment, especially when they create mini games, because they create experiences for others inside the game. So it's really nice when others test it out and then they give a feedback of what was like that experience. And then the last stage would be reflecting on learning. So we can actually adjust the expectations, adjust the goals, and then it helps me designing new challenges for them. So this was pretty fast. I know there is a lot to take in. And if you guys have any questions if there is time, I guess not, because we had a little problem, but you can always ask me questions, contact me in my social media with specific questions that I might be able to answer. So thank you for joining me.
Rose, thank you so much for taking part, for agreeing to be with us today. We're not going to have a break. We're going straight to the next session. Okay, we're going to have finally Graham, who is going to do our closing plenary. He is a British Council's English for Education Systems lead in the Americas. He has a master's in ELT and in educational technology, and his books include Remote Teaching and Language Learning with Technology. He is a newsletter editor for the IoTEFL Learning Technology SIG and is currently based in Mexico. So Graham, welcome.
Thank you very much, Anna Carolina, for that very kind introduction. And thank you to Rose and to BRAZ-TESOL for inviting me to speak today. And thank you, Rose, for that great session on Minecraft. I particularly liked the design cycle that you shared. I must find out more about that.
We'll talk later. Thank you. It's so cool to have you here. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me share my screen. So I was invited to talk about using digital technologies to empower teaching and learning, in particular with the school closures with the pandemic. And these effective and effective practices for remote teaching. So, without further ado, let me move on. Now, I think the use of digital technologies for learning and teaching languages is such a wide area. And it's also changed considerably since I wrote the Handbook for Teachers, Language Learning and Technology in 2013. And so when I was asked to speak about this theme, I spent some time wondering whether I should talk about the use of digital technologies in a general way or something more specific. And I think what I decided to do was to focus on one particular specific use of digital technology that I think will be a practical value to teachers who have to teach remotely because of the school closures, except because of this change. And then thinking about that, there are four areas of digital technologies that I'm particularly interested in at the moment. Remote teaching and online learning is clearly flavor of the month or of the 6 months. And before the pandemic started, I actually edited a book of case studies and research on remote teaching that can be downloaded free from the British Council's Teaching English website. The focus here is on remote teaching when the students are in the same room together, but there's still a lot there which is relevant to remote teachers teaching students who are stuck at home, if that is your case. Another thing I'm particularly interested in is using games, using digital games, which is why I enjoyed Rose's session on Minecraft. And I think using games in language learning and language teaching is very underdeveloped. And I actually co-wrote a book on it in 2011 about the subject. But unfortunately, a lot of the games have changed or disappeared since then. So I think that needs updating. The other types of games I'm particularly interested in at the moment are interactive storytelling games and escape room games. These, I think, I found are very flexible tools that can be useful things for teachers to have at their disposal. So I've decided today to focus the talk on these escape room games in particular, because I think they're an excellent way of motivating and empowering students. And they can also be very easily adapted to different ages and levels, as I hope to be able to show you. So, thinking about escape room games, what is an escape room game? Well, an escape room game is an adventure game set within a confined space in which players solve puzzles to unlock a door and escape a room, believe it or not. And online escape room games lend themselves particularly to language teaching and learning and include elements of interactive storytelling and role-playing games. And what I'm going to do today is look at what these are with some examples and how teachers can design their own online live listening escape room game. I think this is particularly interesting for teachers to be able to do because it's something you can use, as I said before, with lots of different levels. I'll also look at what you can do to best approach the design of that, which is why I thought Rosa's design cycle, lesson plan cycle was particularly interesting, because I think that's the way we should approach things in a more sort of focused way. So how can teachers best approach the design of an escape room game? I'm going to start by showing you a couple of example escape room games I've designed and then present a framework for you so you know how to approach the design of your own. And because of the school closures, I have chosen escape room games that can be played online, but you could also play these games in a physical classroom if you want. And in fact, they can be adapted to anyone who has to teach in a hybrid way, which I know a lot of teachers are starting to do now. By hybrid, we mean with a combination of students in the classroom and some at home that you have to teach remote. So the first one is a very basic escape room game designed for beginners. And clearly there's not much of a story to this game. as it's meant to be a fun way for students to practice direction. It requires the use of a map, such as the one you can see on the screen. The squares represent rooms, and then there are one-way doors into the rooms, which are represented by the arrows. You need a template, or the students need a template, which is blank, the design of which is on the left-hand side at the bottom, where they also can make their own escape room games by adding the doors, etc. So, Trapped is a simple escape room game, and clearly, what you do is you use the script that you can see now on the screen, and you give students the blank template, and you ask them. You start by the first sentence. So basically, you say, "You're in a room. What do you do?" Now, the students should be able to say what is written in that script. So they say, "I'll walk."
Graham, I'm sorry to interrupt you for a second. Your voice is a little low. Do you think you could just speak a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, let me just see if I can raise the volume as well of my microphone. Is that any better?
Yeah,
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. I'll also speak a bit louder. So the script for this escape room game is basically what the students are expected to say. So walk through the door in front of you, for example, etc. In the next room, there is a door in front of you and a door on the right. And the students get to say what they need to do, etc. Now, this is the example game, but then the idea is after the demo game, you ask the student to design their own escape room game in pairs. If you can, the breakout room, or in other ways, or you could ask them just to do it on their own. If breakout rooms is not something you're comfortable doing online. And then one student then uses the blank template, and the other student actually describes what the student can see, and they do the game again. So this is a simple escape room game that can be played for directions, etc. And what I would do is you could use the script afterwards to focus on the language. The second game I'm going to talk about is a game which is better to be played with higher level students. So I think upper intermediate plus learners would be a good audience for this game. And this again is a live listening, interactive story, role-playing game, and it's designed to encourage students to speak. It can be played in a classroom or online as the other one, and requires no other materials other than this PowerPoint, the teacher and students. And I will be sharing the link to the slides at the end of this session, so you can download it. So to play, you describe the scenario and then start asking students questions, who then supply the answers and move the story forward to a resolution. The scenario, I think, can be played with different levels of students, because the teacher, you're supplying the language, so you can grade the language to suit the students. And it's meant for students to practice their general speaking skills, although the language of excuses and socializing will also be used. So you can focus upon that as well, if you want. The game should take about 20 to 30 minutes to play. And you can actually make this more like a role-playing game if you want, because you could actually roll the dice if you wanted to do that, to determine the reactions of the characters in the game. Or you can just make it up as you go along, which is what I normally do. Right, so the scenario is this. Every year, your Uncle Bacco and Aunt Camilla hold a dinner party to celebrate your cousin David's birthday. and all of David's cousins are invited, along with Grandpa Philip and Grandma Mary. You tell the students this, and you also tell the students that your cousin David has been invited as well, and you promised your parents that you'll go and have accepted the invitation. So on the day of the dinner party, a surprise announcement is made about a very special event that is happening in the town hall at 10 p.m. that night. What is it? You ask your students to tell you, and you can elaborate as much or as little on that as you like. And you tell them that there is limited space at the town hall, so that they will all need to leave the dinner party by 9 o'clock in the evening in order to get there in time. Unfortunately, you also tell them that past experience tells you that these dinner parties usually go on late and don't finish until 11 p.m., which is far too late for you to get to the town hall. Why? Well, because usually the food is served later than expected, and David and his family love to play board games after the dinner. This time, however, you're all determined to escape the dinner party by 9 p.m., but without upsetting anyone. The invitation asks you to be at the house at 7 p.m., and you know they don't expect to be punctual, but you have an idea that if you arrive at 7 p.m. On the dot, then you can help with the food and perhaps leave on time. So, as in particular, the students will be socializing and practicing small talk, making polite conversation, and also apologizing and making excuses and promises. If you feel it necessary, you can pre-teach the language or deal with it as you go along or afterwards. And what I would do is perhaps use this slide to brainstorm the language with the students before they start the task. Because that will make the language them reflect on what language they need. If you want to as well, you can actually supply some of the language for them. So here is some typical language that they may want to take note of, or you may want to share with them to help them during the game. Another thing you could do is you could actually, if you want to, if you have students that are particularly motivated by points, then you can award points for each of the phrases there that the students use when they're playing the game. If this is something that you think would be worthwhile, then do that. So then you start the game, and you tell the students the following. So before you set off for the dinner party, your mother reminds you of some of the things that you need to do and take account of while you're there. And what I would say before we proceed is that if you have a small group of students, then this isn't a problem. But if you have a large group of students, then what you would probably want to do is not to treat them as all as individual guests of the party, but get them in groups of 3, 4, 5, depending on how many people they are, how many students you have, and get them each to play one of the guests going to the party. That'll allow them to have discussions if you're able to do that in breakout rooms, or if not, you could get them to take it in turns for their groups to decide what to do. So this is what the instructions are that you give to the students. So you would say, remember to buy Cousin David a birthday present before you go. He's just started studying law at university, so something related to that, a book or something for him to wear when he's doing work experience would be useful. Or you could get him another board game because he's a big fan of board games. That's with Cousin David. Then Aunt Camilla. Please don't ignore Aunt Camilla. She's usually in the kitchen most of the time during the dinner party, preparing the food. If you can, give her a hand to help prepare the food. Next thing to say is don't forget to laugh at Uncle Bacco's jokes, no matter how bad they are. You know he gets upset when nobody laughs at his jokes. Then with the final two members of the family, Grandpa Philip. Grandpa Philip usually tells stories about when he was in the war. And we all know he wasn't in any war. and he embarrasses everyone when he makes those stories up. So please try to avoid him telling those stories. And then finally, remember to be patient with Grandma Mary as she's losing her hearing. If she doesn't understand what you say, then please take time to tell her again. And just before you leave, your mother reminds you of the most important thing. Remember to be kind to everybody to make sure that nobody gets upset with you. So the next thing to do is to ask the students to remember what they have to do, what their mother told them that they have to do when they go to the dinner party. The first thing is, of course, to buy Cousin David a birthday present, and then you can ask the students to tell you what they buy, so they can have a discussion about what they want to buy. They don't have to buy just one thing, they can buy several things. If they're working in groups, then they could decide in groups. That's the first thing. The next thing is not to ignore Aunt Camilla and to help her with the food for the dinner party. They also have to laugh at Uncle Bacco's jokes. They have to not let Grandpa Philip tell any of his invented war stories. And then finally, remember to be patient with Grandma Mary as she's losing her hearing. So those are the tasks the students have to do before they can leave the party. Right, so then the party starts. And at 7 o'clock, after buying the presents for Cousin David, and you get the students to tell what presents they buy, they arrive early at the dinner party and Aunt Camilla opens the door. And you play the part of Aunt Camilla first. So Aunt Camilla says, I didn't expect you to be early, I'm still cooking. Please take a seat. You would want the students to suggest going and helping her with the food, and they can start by making small talk with Aunt Camilla, asking her what she's been doing, what's happening in her life, which you can invent the answers for, but also telling Aunt Camilla what is happening in the student's life. So that can go on as much or as little as you want. Then it comes to 7:30, and the food is ready, and Aunt Camilla asks you to take it to the table. Then Uncle Bacco is the first to arrive in the dining room, and Uncle Bacco will tell a joke. You can have a joke ready. I have one ready, but I won't tell it now. But it's in the PowerPoint slides if you wanted to use this in class. And the idea is that you want the students to react naturally and to laugh at the joke, no matter how bad it is. Then I think what Uncle Bacco would do is ask the students to tell their own joke in English. This is a moment that you, again, can spend a lot of time or a little time on it. There may be a couple of students who, knowing jokes in English, they could try and translate a joke from their own language, see if that happens. I think you can have a bit of fun with that. Then it's 7:45, and Uncle Bacco goes to find his son, while Grandpa Mary and Grandpa Philip arrive at the table. And again, this is more small talk. Grandpa Philip, you can play the part of Grandpa Philip telling a story which the students have to politely interrupt him and stop him from telling his war stories. And then Grandma Mary is quite an interesting one. If you want to play the part of someone who is hard of hearing and always asking the students to repeat their questions, then the students would have to report the questions and report the speech. And this is quite an interesting situation where you can get students practicing that. If you wanted to concentrate on that for the game, then you probably would. It's probably a good idea to do a bit of revision on that before you start, or you don't have to make a big deal out of it. Really, it's got quite a lot of elements in this, and you can extend each one of the elements depending on the context of of the group that you're teaching and what they need to practice on. Could make quite a good revision activity, I think. And then at 8 o'clock, you have Cousin David arriving at the table, and the students are asked to make small talk with him, wish him a happy birthday, give him the presents. Now, what David can do before he opens the presents that the students give him is to say that he tells the cousins that he's recently dropped out of university, so he's no longer studying law. If the students then give him a present which is based on him studying law, either a book, as was suggested at the beginning of the game, or something to wear during his work practice, then what they'll have to do is apologize to David for doing that and saying they didn't know, etc. And that is a good way of them getting that language in. If they bought him a board game, then what David can say is, "Oh, thank you very much." And no matter what the board game is, he could say that he already has the board game. And again, that would prompt the students hopefully into apologizing for buying something that he already has, offering a solution. Maybe they can take it back to the shop and get a refund, etc., etc. So that's the idea. And then the food is served, and we move on to the next part of the game. So at 8:15, food is served and there's small talk at the table. This is the opportunity for students to talk about various things. You can prompt them by asking, having members of the family ask questions to individual students or to students in general. And then you would also remember some of the things about the family. So you could have Grandma Mary not hearing what the students are saying and the students having to report the speech if that is something you want to practice with them. Uncle Baku could try telling another joke. Cousin David would be quiet, and so on, etc. So the idea is that you spend a bit of time doing that. Then as time goes on, it gets to the last course, the dessert, the birthday cake. If you want to really play it up, you could have everyone singing happy birthday to David, etc. Depends on how much you want to make this into a theatrical piece. And of course, the students have to remember that they need to leave by 8:30, by 9 o'clock, so they have half an hour left. The family would insist that the students can't leave before trying the birthday cake. And also, they will start suggesting, the family will start suggesting that they play a board game. And this is when the students really need to start making their excuses. And so when I played this before, it's quite funny because some of the excuses, if they sound very reasonable and sound like they are plausible, then you play the reaction of the family and Camilla, etc., David, saying, of course you have to get back in time because you have to babysit your brother or blah, 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 whatever. If the excuses are very weak or not very plausible, then you can react in another way, or you can, if you can see a way of delaying, then you could do that. And it can create quite a funny situation with students where they have to start thinking of other reasons why they need to leave without upsetting people. And that's part of the game, really. So it's really a very much a socializing game. You then move on to the final stages of the game with the excuses, and then of course any of the students who've made their excuses successfully, then they leave. The students who weren't successful with their excuses, or they haven't been able to convince the family, are staying, and they lose the game, if you like, and the others leave and go to the event at the town hall, and that's the end of the game. What I would do next is a bit of a debrief about what they've done. You could, if you manage to take notes on some of the language that the students have used, you can do error correction, or you can look at some of the phrases that could have been expressed a little bit differently, or look at the things that where examples where language was used very well, things like that, really, to really focus on that side of things, and that's it. And I think as a final activity, this type of game always lends itself to follow-up activities. There could be speaking activities where the students play the next day, or when they get home, telling their mother what happened. So they're having to report all of the things that happened during the dinner party. If you want to and can send students into smaller groups, into breakout rooms, for example, then you could do that and have them role play those conversations. The other thing you can do is have them write a thank you letter to the family, reflecting on the dinner party, and thanking Aunt Camilla for inviting them, or apologizing again in writing this time to David for having to leave earlier than usual, or for not buying him the present that was suitable, etc., etc. So this idea of an email or a letter is a good one. Things like that, really, I think are good follow-up activities. You could also role play. They could take the parts of each one of the other family members and role play the situation where they were talking about the cousin's visit, and if they thought that the excuses for leaving, etc., were true, etc., etc. All sorts of things you can do. I think it's important to make the most of it once the game is finished, because that means that it's such a rich sort of situation that you've built up so much that it would be silly not to. Okay, so those are two example games. One very simple for beginners, and the other one a bit more complicated for higher level learners. The idea of designing your own game, which relies upon just simple technology is a connector, really, between you and the students, and then perhaps slides, etc., pictures that you present. I think it's a very basic thing to do, but it's very effective, especially for promoting speaking and listening. How do you approach designing your own activity to suit your own students, your own context, things that the students are interested in, etc., things that would appeal to them, or that would fit in with what you're teaching? Well, I have, it's not as sophisticated as Rose's cycle that she shared, but I have 6 things I think you need to take into account when doing this. The first thing I think is you need to put at the forefront the learning objectives and the language. So I'm going to use an example escape room game to illustrate these points. This escape room game I designed again for higher level students, probably advanced students in this case, and it was meant for advanced students in a physical classroom. So I would produce things to hide in a physical classroom that students actually would have to go and look for. However, you could adapt this, I think, to the online environment as well. And I'm going to use these examples when I talk about the design of things. Now, I think it's very important to start with the language or learning objectives and to put that at the forefront. You have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? I think with any technology that you're using, anything you're really doing, you need to say, is this the most effective way of doing things? I think, is this, for example, going to be more effective than trying to get students to practice in another way? Would that be better? It could be that your students are a little tired of the course book that you're using, or a little tired of the remote language teaching scenario that you've set up, and you need to do something different to motivate them. For me, language learning should always be about a memorable experience. If you can create something and do something in your lesson that is very memorable, that is interesting, that is exciting, or otherwise stimulates the students, then they're far more likely to learn than if you're just following a kind of routine and doing the same thing and using the same materials over and over again. I think, combining this type of activity with that is probably the best thing. So, language and learning objectives first. Don't try to bolt that on at the end. That would be like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole and will likely not result in a satisfying experience for yourself or for the students. Now, this image shows a text from that escape room game that I designed, and that was all about a scenario that featured the theft of a valuable object and a number of suspects involved. And I wanted to design with this an escape room game around the language of hypothesis. So I wanted the students to be involved in putting forward their theories of who committed the crime and why. And I left it so that it wasn't clear cut. There was a lot of room for discussion. So that was my learning objective or language learning objective, to get the students involved in speaking practice about hypothesis with this particular activity. Right. So the next thing for me, the next important aspect of designing this type of activity is the story. So clearly there wasn't much of a story, if any, in the first escape room game that I shared. That's because the simpler the language, the more difficult introducing a story is, I think. However, in general terms, I think introducing a strong story into these types of games is a very good thing for lots of different reasons. In the example here, which was the escape room game, The Missing Mayan Mask, the escape room game about theft, the story was that a valuable artifact goes missing at a dinner party organized by an ambassador, and the students play the part of a mystery organization. The students play the part of an organization that has been hired by a mystery person who wants to recover the mask, which your students are told is hidden at the ambassador's residence. And they have to find the mask before the police turn up. As I mentioned in the previous slide, it's not clear after the students find the mask who it was that stole it. And that should lead to an after-game discussion and debate about the theory. And really, the game was the prompt for the main language which came after the game. So I didn't want the game to last that long. And I think about 15 to 20 minutes is a good time to have something like this to do. 30 minutes maximum, I think. Usually escape room games can be about an hour if you're playing them for entertainment. That's far too long, I think, for this. You want to really cut it down and really have the students spending their time doing things that are focused on the language, I think. So after this game, as I said, the story was designed as such that the mystery continued after the game, and the students could do follow-up activities to expand on their version of the story as well. Next, I think every escape room game needs puzzles, and it's harder to do if you're teaching remotely. In a classroom, what I was doing was I had the actual mask. It could have been a cardboard cutter. I actually got one from a market in Mexico, where I live in Mexico City. Got like a fake Mayan mask, which looked quite interesting. I wrapped it up in orange paper, and I put it in a little cloth bag, and then I put it in a document folder, which I was able to lock, and then I hid that inside a clock with a secret compartment in the classroom. Now, you don't have to go to these lengths, but I think one of the things, and then of course the lock had 3 numbers on it, which was the code. and the code was hidden in some of the clues that the students found and had to examine to get the code. Again, online, you're not going to be able to do that. But the idea is that having some kind of puzzle of making the students think together, to talk about it, to discuss how to do that, whether it's breaking a cipher, cracking a code, or language puzzles, I think is part of the fun about doing this type of activity with your students. What I think you definitely need to do is to make sure that the puzzles are either language puzzles or they require language to solve. So in other words, they require the students to talk to each other to solve. The last thing you want to do is design a puzzle where you get the students spending 10 minutes doing something in silence, not using any language whatsoever. I think that's a waste of time in a language classroom. So I think it's important that these puzzles aren't too difficult. If the students are, if you design a puzzle or have a puzzle that is too difficult, then you're not really doing anything to help the students learn the language, which is our ultimate objective. However, you don't want it too easy either. You want to make it a game of it. You want it to actually be a puzzle. What you can do to get round of it, if a puzzle is proving to be difficult for the students, is to give them hints or clues. But I think the important thing here is have a balance between something that will raise the interest and curiosity of the students and getting them using language. That's the preferable thing, really. Right. Now, the next check for me is this a disguised test? So it might be tempting to turn exercise book activities into an escape room game. And I've seen lots of teachers do that. The idea of to make exercises in a workbook seem to be a bit more interesting as you sort of build a game around those exercises. And completing those exercises leads to numbers, which then open a lock, etc. Inside whatever is locked up is another exercise that, when completed, means the teacher gives out another clue, that leads to something. Now, I think this has limited appeal, personally. I know some teachers think it's good and they've made it work with students, but I think it doesn't make for an enjoyable game. That it's really a disguised test. You've just got students doing language exercises, but when they finish, they have a little bit of a reward, opening a lock, finding treasure, etc. I don't really think that's much of a game. I think it's much better to have a game based around the story rather than based around worksheets or activities or questions in English or tests. You'll excite them a lot more. It'll be more interesting. It's more work for you, definitely. But I think the value you get from doing it is much, much more than if you do the disguised testing that we were talking about. The picture here shows a police file for the Mystery of the Mayan Mask escape room game. And this is a reading that gives context to the game and provides information about the possible suspects. So there's quite a lot of reading in this particular game, the one that I had here. The idea is that the students have to read as quickly as possible, so it helps them with speed reading. Next is the other side of the coin. I think you have to be also very careful that you don't just design an activity that is a lot of fun for learners to do, but which has little or no language or learning in it. So I think it's a careful balance. You want the students to have fun while they learn or practice English. In this picture, or in these pictures, you have a puzzle that shows two sides of the same puzzle. This is a simple jigsaw that, when put together and turned over, reveals the combination of the first lock and the next clue in the game. This was in the physical classroom space that I did this. Again, there are ways that you could do this online, but it would take a little bit of thought. The idea here was to use a very simple jigsaw. You can see the picture is not going to be difficult one for the students to put together. I made the mistake prior to this of actually buying jigsaw templates and then decorating them, like 50 pieces or 100 pieces, and then realized that's just far too much time. You don't want students sitting in silence trying to assemble a jigsaw. That's not a good use of classroom time or language. So you want something that when they find a bag of these pieces, for example, they're not quite sure what it is, and then they kind of understand its picture, put the picture together, and then they realize that if they turn over the picture, it will reveal the code to the lock. That's enough of a puzzle that it doesn't take a lot of time to work out, but there's enough of a kind of aha moment going on there to make it interesting, I think. And then finally, the last check I think you need to do if you're designing your own escape room game to play with students is to test. Test it out before you unleash it on the learners. If you can do this, it's a very good idea. What you don't want to do is to design a game and start playing it, and then halfway through the game you realize this isn't working for one reason or another. I think you do need to play it. Now, if you can play it with a colleague, that's the best thing because they will give you the insight into what they think about it from a language learning and language teaching perspective. If you don't have a colleague who's willing to play it, then family or friends, or even if you're not in a situation where you're comfortable doing that, or you don't feel like you can ask your family or friends or colleagues to do that, then just do it yourself. Play it as if you were playing with do each part of it, go through each step, and work out if you think it will work, and try it out. Try out the tasks as if you were teacher and student together. Even that is worth doing. That's a bit of a play test as well. I think it's important to, at the very least, do that. What I did with this particular game, because it was played in a physical classroom, the Mind Mask game that is, I set up a flowchart of what I needed the students to do first. And because there were a number of different objects and things and pieces of readings, etc., that I needed them to find in a particular order, I needed to think quite carefully about how to place them in the classroom so that they would find them in the order that I wanted to. And so I had this on a flowchart, as you can see, the CD briefing first. So the CD briefing was something I gave them. And then they had another document to read. And I had this, I came up with the idea of having them screwed up in balls lying around the room. So the students, once they've read the briefing and they knew that they had to find the mask, the first thing you would see on the floor were these balls of paper that they knew would not be, are not normal in the classroom. So unscrewing those, they'd have another reading, they'd be different for the students, so they would then share, work in groups. Then the next thing was the jigsaw puzzle, and that was attached to Velcro or a magnet under the desk or under the seat. They would find that. And then the other things were hidden around the room at various points. They would have to get up from their chairs and start examining the classroom space in particular. That's sort of the next stage of things. So behind the fire extinguisher, other places, depending on the kind of classroom you have, we would find it. The bag with the mask in was actually hidden behind the clock, for example. If I wanted to hide something else in the game, which in this case, I had two bags that were locked. One was more obvious than the other one. And I think that's the important thing to do. And it really helps you to think through that by having this flow chart and then also by play testing. And then, of course, the second time you do it, the better. I think it's important that you wouldn't go to the length that I went to for designing this type of game. The other types of games were easier to design. This one was more complicated because anything with objects and placement is going to take you a lot more time. But you wouldn't go to that kind of length of time that it takes to design this type of game without thinking you're going to play it several times. I think that's the important thing as well. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'd just like to thank you. You can download this presentation on the link that is there, slideshare.net under BCG Stanley. That has my notes in it, so you can actually play the games that I presented to you today. And then one final thing before taking any questions that you may have is that I've decided that this is something I'm so interested in and think there's a lot of potential in that I'm going to be publishing a book about it, which hopefully will be ready sometime early next year. And the so if you're interested, then watch out for that. And that is it. Now, I don't know if there are any questions. I haven't had a chance to look at the chat. Let me have a look now. So I can see
we have separated the questions because
Great.
there's a lot of interaction in the chat, so it's hard to find the questions.
Sure.
So one of them is there some way we can get a script or materials for this escape room activity?
Yeah, the scripts are for the activities that I shared with you today are in my notes in the PowerPoint. So I've actually written out what you would say to students. So when you download from SlideShare, you will find the scripts there.
Great. And do you have any suggestions for websites or books to get materials or inspiration for designing escape rooms?
Yeah, there's once you start looking on the internet, you'll find that teachers have done a lot, and they've done a lot and they're sharing them. And in fact, Rose was talking about the electronic village online. The last 2 years, me and some of my colleagues from around the world have run 2 sessions on escape room games for English language teaching. And we have a blog and a network. So if you just look up TESOL EBO 2020, you'll find the links to those resources where there are lots of things you can find to help you get started.
I'm sorry. Do you think we can do this with low-level learners? And what do you think is the minimum level of proficiency that students should have?
Yeah, it's something I've been sort of struggling with, which is, what I want to do when the book finally gets published is to have activities for low-level learners as well, to have activities for all learners. The lower the learner, the more difficult it is, of course, I think, with this type of activity, but it is possible. And I try to show that with the escape room game, the simple escape room game about directions. You need to really limit what you can do with it because of the language. So I think once you get above pre-intermediate, then it becomes a lot more interesting for the students, and there's a lot more potential things you can do.
And how long does it usually take you to design such games?
I think the Mayan Maths game, which I designed for a physical classroom, took me a lot longer. It took me a long time thinking about it, rethinking about it, trying out things. I was also, there wasn't anything really anybody had done before that would help me with that. It's something very different. So it took me a lot of time. I wouldn't like to put a number on the amount of time that it took, but one of the reasons I did it was to work out whether I could do it and how best to do it. So I was going through a lot of mistakes that I think what I've tried to tell you with the framework that I presented today is how to avoid the kinds of mistakes that I made. With the other games, I think once you decide, if you decide on what language you want to practice and come up with a scenario, then it can be done quite quickly. So the escape the dinner party game took me a couple of hours only really to do, and I sourced the images. You know, you don't have to use very complicated images for that. So a couple of hours, and that was basically done.
And how long do you think it takes to play it entirely with the students?
Again, that game is quite flexible because you can spend longer in each part than. In fact, one of the things I think I would do now for the book, I think I'm going to include that as an activity, but I'm going to split it up. So I think the number of characters, I don't need to have that many number of characters. And it was having the grandma, for example, I think that deserves a separate activity. So I think I'm going to take out the grandma for the book. I think you should look at trying to design a game that will take around 20, 30 minutes. And then the remainder of your class, if you have a 40-minute class or an hour, I would say just spend half the time playing the game and then follow up activities in the other half of the class.
And we have one more question, which is how can we grade the game to the student's developmental level?
How do you grade the game? I'm not quite sure what the question's asking there. You mean by developmental level? What do you understand?
I'm going to ask if Gisele, could you just...
Do you mean the level of language of the students or something else? If it's the level of language of the students, I think if it's a PowerPoint game, a live listening game, then you, the teacher, decide on how you speak to your students anyway. The more experienced you are as a teacher, the more you realize that you grade your language to the level of fluency of your students, and you want to pitch it just above. You don't want to make it too easy for them to understand, etc. So I think that's how you do that. That type of game is easier to, it's more valuable for me, I think. The more I've done this, the less I think I've been involved in designing games for the physical classroom or designing games for specific levels. And the more I like the idea of doing live listening and speaking activity games because you can reuse them a lot more. If that helps.
This session meant designing games for younger learners.
Oh, right. Okay. The age group. Yeah. Again, I think that comes with experience as a teacher. I think you really want to think carefully about their interests and their needs, and what they're going, what they'll be able to cope with as far as stories are concerned, etc. And keep it like that. I think you can be inspired by the published materials that you use. I would say, look at that and see if any of the units of your course book lend them, maybe one would lend itself to an extended activity around the vocabulary set, for example, and base it on that.
And we have one more, the final question, which I think is related to the moment, especially the moment we are right now, online teaching. So how would you apply these games interactions to an online class?
Yeah, I think if I look at the activity with the dinner party, really, I think the idea is that would be integrated into an online class as an activity for practicing general English speaking, or focusing on small talk, as I said, or socializing, or making excuses. And I think the idea is that it's something that is quite a social situation, that is common for most adults and teenagers as well. And finding that way, I think you look at what your syllabus is for the online class and try to spot any areas where you think an activity such as a game, this type of game, would be interesting to integrate. So I think the important thing is if it's a course that you're teaching, whether it be online or face to face, you look at areas where in the course where you think you might need something a bit more exciting or interesting than what's presented in the book, or something a bit more different to motivate the students, or if the idea of doing this type of game would be more effective than the book, or if the students need extra practice. That's where I see this type of activity fitting in, really.
In case people want to know like more suggestions on how to use these games in hybrid situation, is there a book or a website or a video that they can go to?
Yeah, if they go to that link that I put on the screen there, the slideshare.net BCG Stanley, they'll not only find this set of slides, but they'll find about half a dozen other presentations that have similar activities. There may be some repetition. Those presentation slides, some of them have links to the EDO session, some of them have links to a blog. The book will be out, as I said, next year sometime. I just need to finish writing it. It's about 60% finished.
All right, Graham, thank you so much for agreeing here today.
Thank you. Thanks to everybody for your interest. And if you want to contact me on Twitter, I'm at Graham Stanley. And I'd love to hear from you, especially if you try any of these activities out. And thanks for inviting me. It's been a great day.
Thank you. So we're getting to the end of our event today. I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the young learners in Team SIG. So despite the challenges that remote learning has brought, educators around the world have been rising to the challenges and reinventing their teaching practice. The event has brought you examples of both effective and effective strategies that we hope have been interesting and useful for you. We look at the importance of effective relationships, how digital tools can be used to enhance learning, seeing examples of best practices from teachers in our community, even heard testimonial from young learners. We would like to thank all of our sponsors and BRAZ-TESOL for helping put this event together. We also would like to thank our speakers, Sandra, Kathy, Eduardo, Gisele, Rose, and Graham. And a very special thank you to the people on our support team for their contributions to prepping this event. So that is Camila, Anastasia, Ana Carolina, Vanessa, and Gisele. Lastly, but most importantly, we'd like to thank you for being here today with us. And as the schools begin to reopen their doors, we are gearing up to face a brand new set of challenges. And if we have learned anything from 2020, it might be that teachers are resilient and committed. And for many of us, our online teaching community has been our greatest source of information and support. So let's continue to keep connecting, sharing, and learning together. So that's why we'd like to invite you to join us on our Facebook and Instagram pages. And finally, we'd like to remind you that today we're supporting an amazing project that is called HOPA. You can see the information below on how to contact them and donate for the project. You can also learn more about it in our social media. There is a video about the project. I'm pretty sure you like it. And if you'd like to get involved with the SIG or get more information about teaching young learners and teens, feel free to contact us on our social media pages. We hope you feel inspired and implement these ideas in your teaching context. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and happy teaching. So I'd like to invite all of our team now. So we can all see the amazing people that is behind, the amazing people behind the event today that made this possible. So thank you so much for all of the team.
Thanks everybody for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.